Good. Sorry, I'm trying to get the last of the data for the daily together. All right. So it looks like we have a large number of exercised calls going into market close yesterday, as we see the orders come in after market close. And we should have a fairly decent amount of GACs, but into close we saw a large amount of call selling and a large amount of put buying. So I don't know what's going to happen this morning. We're going to attack CVVWAP right now, which I haven't gotten a chance to do yet. Let's see. Okay, so in the pre-market, we just tapped the outer signal line. Oh. Okay, can't pull it up. Oh, here we go. Just touching on the outer signal line there. Not the furthest signal line. So this doesn't look like we're triggering like a liquidity crunch, at least not in the arbitrage. Alt 1 incoming. Yeah, we'll see. We do have our data for Knave Gex is down, but it was reporting a fat hedge last night, but for some reason the data is now unavailable this morning. But I think I screenshot it in the Discord announcements. It was showing a no, that was showing it for 520. Okay, so it's just not updating. Interesting. That was showing for the 25th. So it was showing the IV drop for the 25th, but it was the other data wasn't updating. What are you buying? I picked up some 120s. I'll probably buy some 125s. Maybe just more 120s. Gotta go to an account that's a little more liquid here. Apparently it was halted in the German markets. Not sure if that means anything here. I mean, it could be significant. That's rare, right? If buying keeps coming in to support the upward move, then we can keep running. So as long as FOMO continues. Here's the bullometer. I don't fucking know, man. Is there a chance at cheap options goodbye? Not necessarily, but this is a bit rough. Yeah, IV didn't even on the sources. The sources for IV were all reporting different things this morning, but even on the sources that were reporting an increase in IV, we were still only seeing an increase in IV of like 3%. Do we know what's causing this? Largely buying, which is rare, right? What are you gonna do with the 120 CC for Friday? Close it? Wait till Friday? Or wait till the end of today, sell it higher? Sorry, yeah, my light's not working. There we go. How much of this right now is active fund pressure, though, is hard to say. Oh god, my spy puts. Ooh. Hmm. No, not yet. I think we can bounce right here. Yep, still going. It's almost 126.70. What was the range for our Feb run? Feb 24th. High 125.70. Close 114. What's Gamma Max? Like 134. The market's starting to news that Amazon shareholders voted against any meaningful change. Gex should be done at this point, but there's still a hedge from yesterday. We went up 30%. And there was a fairly significant number of calls exercised after close. Well, they appear to be exercised. I mean, that's kind of the only order that you can execute after close. But they're on the tape. If we go above 143, we run hard. Possibly. Four more minutes so we can get options flow data. Clayton Gross, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, dude. I appreciate it. Join the dance and praise the glorious thighs of the blessed Lady Price
we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. It's more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke.
Unleashing their re all at once. High-five, show us your re.
Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the band GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trades this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Wake the fuck up, we're running. All right. Music is so loud, I couldn't hear my membership milestone. Oh, you missed my re. How terrible. My FTs have 20x so far. Nice, Bob. Mm. Two more minutes. We need the song. Oh, all right.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like.
And that song is how I know the daycare is open. Good morning, Girk. What's up, Matt? How you doing, man? It's like we're losing a little bit of momentum here. Watch your downside today, guys, because it can slip quick. I think we may be getting a little bit of a trend here. Come on, print. If this bounces here, that could be really good. This can't be early covering for June, right? That price action should stay around the 17th. I mean, that's where they rolled the puts to, for the most part. Did you buy back your covered calls already? Yeah, I didn't have that many out. There we go. Nice breakout. Fucking no resistance at 130 at all. All right, let me check the options flow. 1 second. Should be available now. And without support in the chain, we're essentially running on FOMO. So it's risky, but if FOMO picks up enough, we could really do some crazy shit. All right, we got May 1, lots of weeklies. Some June 3rd 100s. Pretty low options volume. Calls 1.6 million. Out of the money puts, in the money puts, 950, 610, and 900. Yeah, I can. So we got 950s, 900s, and 610s. I'm gonna say these are probably all bought, but the OI on these is really low. There's like 2, 3, 4 total contracts. Everything else calls, right? We got 120, 100, 110. I mean, the notional value of these contracts is pretty low. Lots of June 3rd and May 27th. Looks like retail buying in FOMO. What's interesting is they were buying out of the money puts all the way into close, and they've stopped. this morning. We're not seeing a large amount of like $90, $100 puts coming in. When was the last Wednesday run? Last Thursday? Oh, the last Wednesday run? Oh, the last time they ran Gex on T plus, the final day of T plus 2? February 2021. I was right, nerds. Everyone was being bearish as fuck in the Discord last night when I was preaching the Lord Bull's work. My guess is XRT is being unwound a bit. My prediction was 150. Let's see how close we get. Rocket emoji. How's XRT doing today? Not nearly as bullish. Man. Yeah, if retail only had the power to buy puts on XRT, we could fuck up their whole thing. But you need so many people to do it. It's just not possible. We see violent drops once this FOMO wears off. Buying 0 DTE puts a good idea. I think we could see stabilization once this upside drops off and just flatline into the end of the week as they pick up put positions while they're very cheap. Because they're going to want to lay down the groundwork for put positions, right? Like they were doing last night. Here we go. 140's coming up. Big resistance. We're already broken back into the Wyckoff like phase D trend. Stefan. Is Stefan in here? Where is he? We. Can you explain Gex a little? How is it related to different OPEC's price action? So, on the monthly and quarterly expiration dates, you have large amounts of options volume, right? And those options expire. Generally, institutions pick up options on ETF quarterlies or the leap dates, like these far dated calls. And this is where the most of the OI ends up. And so when these close out, creates a lot of pressure on the market makers to buy the stock as in the money calls or exercise, in the money puts are sold off. And this requires that they go out to the lit exchange within T+2 and buy the required stock to satisfy the exercises of those contracts. And this is what generates the buy pressure that we see within T+2 of these OPEC states. I have no GME calls right now. I wouldn't chase with out of the money at this point. It's kind of risky. Retail buying? I mean, a lot of the options chain looks like retail buying. It could be institutions, but they're not big block orders of options. We're not seeing like $1 million option flow. We're seeing like small call buying and a very cheap options like weeklies. Mostly May 27th and June 3rd calls. And usually institutions on runs like this, because they have the capital, will buy in the money calls. All right, we just hit gamma max. Let's see if we can push through. As long as call buying continues at this point, we're above gamma neutral, we're above delta neutral, we're above the put call flip. So as long as call buying continues, we can continue up. How can I start this week? Sell CC now? Risky. I would wait for a confirmed breakdown before selling any cover calls. Hmm. Okay, Ivy on the chain's falling off pretty hard here. Let's see a bounce here. Jesus Christ, the SPY is ripping. What's BBBY doing? Similar. Not nearly the same range though. The Dan Cannon must be unleashed. We must make the sacrifice to this beloved run. Calling all Dans, re at the stock, poor marvel at the most glorious of the sights, a pigeon whale Dan, soaring through the sky like the majestic degenerate I am. Riku to you too, sir. I knew that those 420s and 430s I bought for September would claw back. I need a coffee. Hashtag full bull. Can we have that song that you start 5 at one time? It tickles my ears in the best way. Maybe in a minute. All right, volume consolidated pretty fast, so let's see who wins here. We get some likes in the chats for how much we like the movement. Probably. If you guys could, drop a like. That's a big help. Or continue hate watching. Either way. What's the take on this? What's happening? We're seeing a pretty significant amount of retail call buying. There's liquidity issue. The borrow rate at IBKR are very elevated, but if you look at other lenders, they're mostly out of shares, but their borrow rates aren't nearly as high. So we have GEX, we have and a little bit of a liquidity problem. and continued call buying from retail, which is driving up gamma max. Does this change the expected drop to 55 area? I think Vega neutral is still pretty low. We're not seeing a lot of call buying on the far end of the chain. And so Vega neutral's, still down in like the 50s or 40s. Just under 50. I want to do a PSA on trailing stops. My dumb self neglected to set them on my covered calls. Went from 40% up to 300% down. Clearly crime is to blame. Yeah, trailing stop limits are helpful, but not all brokerages have those on options. Make sure you're watching your contracts and setting stops, especially on bearish contracts when they're in the middle of a little bit of a run. I have wind. It has been about 1 year since I've listened, and my calls are no longer read. I can be taught after all. Fuck yeah, Accountant Ron. You've done it. Congratulations, dude. All right. Momentum swinging back in our favor again. And I think we're going to cross the RSI 70 here back to overbought. Remember, we are right in the gamma max range right now. Or, well, gamma max at open, which has changed. So remember, call buying drives gamma max up, especially out of the money calls. I just DM'd you TRS options data. Thanks, Bob. That's a lot of puts. I have a reading list on our subreddit in the wiki. Is it possible this is because they're scared of a reverse split? I don't know if that's something they would hedge against. The odds of RC reverse splitting the stock are extremely slim. Even if it would essentially create what's needed for MOASS, it doesn't mean he will do it. Like, it's just speculative, right? I mean, it has been used in the past to trigger short squeezes. I believe Dries and Priceline are very good examples of reverse split short squeezes. Elon just rickrolled Twitter. What a legend. All right. We're uncertain of the action this morning. Yeah. Does this give you any more indication for the day? I mean, yes and no. Since so much of our price action is being supported by FOMO right now, it's hard to say where that'll stop, right? All we can do is just be really careful as it moves up. As long as FOMO continues to come in, which, historically does not after 10 a.m., then we should see continued upward price action. Right now, we're already kind of at the limits of where Gamma Max was this morning. I would be surprised if it raised more than a few dollars. How can we judge when the rug pull is incoming? Well, we're already seeing stagnation. We have 2 failed tests at 136 now. We're starting to see a small decline in volume. Relatively, the spikes are still there, but can I draw on this? Hold on. If you look here, we're seeing a relative decline in volume with some outliers, but if you could smooth it, you would see it dropping off. So we're looking for a decline in volume, obviously. and call selling, which becomes a risk with a double top like this. So since so many of the calls are like 527 and 6-3, like short-term calls, the odds of them being sold at resistance points is very high, because these aren't like, this is FOMO, right? These aren't built positions. So if, we'd had a low and a IV drop and people were buying far dated calls, they would likely hold through this kind of price action. But these weeklies, it's very unlikely they continue to hold. If they do continue to hold and maintain that pressure and more call buying comes in, we can continue to move up. I still think everything currently that we're seeing in kind of the macro data for the baskets is pointing at a June, like a much larger June OPEX run. This pointing at the residual effects of rolling forward May OPEX contracts. This is directly in line with like the Feb 24th run. The biggest difference being on Feb 24th, the day before they ran the stock, they dropped the price almost equivalent to what they ran it the following day, right? So we went up from like 104 to 125 the following day. So this was the 23rd. This was the 24th. But almost no relative change, right? Like essentially the price just ended where it had closed the day before, the day it ran. But I think this time we're not seeing that big drop into the covering. We're seeing the covering come immediately after the Feb FTDs, which is what ran us the other week when we halted. And that's raised our price to a higher floor already, which had us trading in the upper ends of the 90s to low 100s. And so now they're covering the May OPEX residuals on top of that already elevated price, which is driving our price action up even further. That they appear to be running into a bit of a liquidity crunch, although I'm still not seeing borrow rates increase outside of IBKR. And it very well could be that IBKR simply bumped their rate to a point to disincentivize borrowing. Not that they care if the borrow rate's 100%, if they're only going to hold the shares for a few days. This isn't OPEX covering, but we also have, like a $5 million per dollar increase notional hedge from yesterday. So if you think about that for today, right, what does that mean? Roughly like 5.5 million per dollar increase. And yesterday we were up, how much at our peak? 115 from 90 to 115, so $25. This is $25 times 5.5 million, which is about $137.5 million. At an average price of 128.55. That leads to about 1 million shares of buying pressure just from the gamma exposure alone. There's still FTDs today, and the market's rocketing. So we have FTDs, we have retail FOMO into options, we have positive delta hedge coming in, and additionally, active fund flow from the market going up. Wait, did I say that twice? No. So we have essentially we have ETFs buying more. Momentum is looking good on the MACD and Stoch RSI. It looks okay. On the daily, I have it open on TradingView. Looks a little bit better on the 1 hour. Is June OPEC still valid or not? There's still large numbers of puts that were rolled forward in XRT for June. So yes. Okay, we're getting a little bit of an uptrend. $138. That was kind of a hard rejection. Maintaining this, I think, is going to be pretty important. This goes almost all the way from back here. Well, it stayed relatively in the same trend through here. Let's see if we can adjust this out. I'd say a breakdown on this is going to show us a shift. If we can hold this support, it's looking pretty good. It's got to be a trap. It kind of looks like one. But, see, we're seeing a little bit of buy pressure pick up. Up from 688 to 6.5K over the past 2 days. Nice, dude. For Vega neutral to rise up, you need far dated options calls to come in, and we're not seeing that right now. That's a pretty good breakout. There we go. $140, 1,200 contracts. What are you looking at when you say buy pressure is coming in? Are you looking at the candle or the volume? The volume? I also have like an order book open. How much does carts to borrow affect price, if any? It doesn't really. And the price affects it because it's a rate on the price, right? So if the stock is more expensive and the rate to borrow it is higher, then the payments to borrow it are more expensive. A lot of it is. So many noobs in here asking noob questions. Yeah, it's all right. Who was the guy who sold 90 cc's yesterday? I have no idea. Lost a ton of money over the past few months. I just saw reduced flow. Watching this hurts a bit. I'm sorry to hear that, Purple Blood. Thoughts on active fund pressure, SPY ups. I mean, the SPY's continuing to drive up, which is going to only help us, right? Breaking 403 now. This is kind of the extent of its range for this run. I guess it could hit 407, but probably not today. But if we have enough pressure, I don't even know if we're that worried about like a pullback on the SPY. Fuck. I don't think my $80 limit orders are going to trigger anymore. Probably not. Hey, Gurk, just trying to figure out where I went wrong here. Were you expecting T+2 to be extended into T+3? No, but we have gamma exposure from yesterday. Remember that as soon as you have a run, it creates a feedback loop with the market maker that continues to propagate that run. So anytime we essentially have a break of that put call parity or gamma neutral, delta neutral, we're going to see continued price action as the market makers hedge into the following days. And the more options interest on the chain at the time that run happens, the more delta exposure or gamma exposure the market makers are facing, which means the stronger the positive delta hedge. Are they reducing pressure off the possible June run with this action? They could be if they're getting a lot of shares under control and getting some liquidity. That could reduce pressure for the June run. Although I'd expect that they would try to dump that liquidity into the earnings and drop the price for earnings. Is 130, 140 is the daily VWAP on the 3-month? I don't know what the weighted is for the 3-month, but the weighted since last year is like 176. I remember you talking on Monday about a possible run this week. Did you expect that much of a run? No. I expected the options chain to be able to support a run up to like 120. And I expected us to kind of end in the range we ended yesterday around 115. This has picked up far more interest. But that's the the nature of runs is once they've begun they can continue. Especially when everything else has looked like shit for weeks. And the market's been red day after day, and something pops 30%, especially something like GameStop, with as much interest as it generates. Genie is $3 for my cost basis now. This is a weird feeling. That's awesome. We're pretty fucking bullish, Paul Mall. I don't know where the bullometer is, but I'm feeling pretty good. We just smashed through the 140 resistance. There's like no fucking puts on the chain. So it's just all call pressure. I need water. Give me 1 second. What we don't have, I think, is the preparedness from like the volatility players. I don't think they're ready for this to move this much at this early in the cycle. And if they burn their entropy swap, what does that mean for June? So the moment you urge any sense of caution, it smashes through 120. We need you to be a Bbby downer more often. But I like the stock. I panicked and rolled my shares forward to 610 to save my shares. Not sure if that was smart. But do you see the price coming back down to allow me to close out at less of a loss? It depends. They're buying puts right now, so there's some indication that they intend to bring the price down at the end of this run, but I don't know how long this run's going to carry. When do you think I'm getting boned and my 130 CC June 3 will be assigned? My brain hurts from being sad at seeing green. I don't know when you'll get assigned, but be patient. We'll probably see prices in that range again. What I want to know is, did Moonwind get blown up? Think how many times Moonwind's been assigned over the last year and relax. How do I stop hating myself after taking profit on calls too soon? I mean, you have more money if it dips again to buy more, so that's a good thing, right? Moonwind in shambles. Nope, just trading calls. All right. Did you actually listen and not sell covered calls this week? This is amazing. And don't complain about making profit. That's not a loss. Like, best way to re-answer after getting assigned is buy back in when it's cheaper. Are we seeing shares returns? Does anybody have the availability for Fidelity right now. I don't have my Fidelity open, ATP. Quants. $4,764 OI at 150. I don't know if we'll make it that far, but if we do, that's some gas. I agree, Dork or Ryan. Zero Fidelity, no change. Okay. IBKR 57%. But do you even understand how rich we will be if this happens in June and we are all ready for it? Yeah. What's the point? It says call Fidelity. I mean zero. Customer has gone down 20%. Might this be Melvin winding down? I don't know. They haven't reported positions in GameStop since like last year. It's hard to say what they have left. Everyone thought it was Snap too, but they exited Snap in March. Like the big Snap sell-off, everyone was saying that was Melvin also. And if they're winding down swaps, they would just find a counterparty to do that. Also, this is the wrong time period for swaps to be closing or be rolled. I don't think so, Stefan. Look at the volume, man. Compare March volume to this. I mean, we only have 16 million volume between yesterday and today. If you get assigned on your CCs, alternatively sell weekly CSPs at that strike until you have to buy the shares back, collect some premium instead of waiting and getting nothing. Yeah, that's true. But what if you don't? The risk there is not getting assigned. Are they building put position on BBBY too, like GME? No, they've just locked BBBY in. Like they used to do to GME at the bottom of the cycles, where they just buy a shitload of puts and create a wall in the upwards price action. I mean, Vega Neutral's still at like sub $50, and none of the call buying right now is far dated. Like people aren't YOLOing into leaps, and that's what you need to see to get Vega Neutral to start climbing up, or you need to see institutions buying into far dated calls. I don't know if retail really has the power to cause fluctuations in Vega Neutral. Not unless people are buying a lot. Do you think they plan on covering the past couple of days, knowing they could catch everyone off guard without purchasing the options contracts? I mean, they didn't hedge the upside of this, which is weird. Usually they sell a bunch of like in the money puts before they run the stock, creating like a bull put spread. That's what we saw with the FTDs, right? Where they brought that hedge up to like 140. How much of that is still in place at this point? It's minimal. Those are for June 17th, and put OI at 140 is like 500. So it's dropped significantly. Some of that hedge still remains, but very little. But after 140, they're not really hedged to the upside. So and we're at 143 already. So if it continues to push up, they don't even have a hedge in place. What do you set your option trailing stops at? I got stopped out on 130 and 180 calls for 617 on this run. I mean, it depends. If the price is moving, I usually pull back automatic stops and do them manually. And I'll usually set them at like the volatility high for a consolidation period. So, you know, if we're looking at Hank and Ashi candlesticks, usually after the peak of any like near term, like short term price movement, you'll get a low in volatility, and I'll set my stop below that. So then, you know, if the stock turns around, I don't get filled and I can continue to follow price action to the upside. And then if the stock falls through its previous support, you know, I'll have my limit sell set here so that it automatically triggers on the contract. Check DMs. What do you got? Secure? Lord help me, I'm back on my bullshit. Wait, hold on. Bob. What do we got, Bob? I can't, it's not loading. I think Ko-Fi is down. This is so fucked. I probably missed it. I have a 140cc for tomorrow and a 130 call for June 15. What strategy should I... Hold on. Sorry. All right, let me try to get to these because I think I missed a couple. Long time lurker, first time CC idiot on a run. I have a 140cc for tomorrow and a 130 for July 15th. What strategies should I consider? Okay, so Friday, you know, or today if we start to drop hard, and as long as that 135cc remains in the money, it's further dated, it's going to protect your covered call. It's a hedge. So essentially you can sell that call at any time, and use it to buy back your covered call. Does that make sense? In the money and in the money options contract, further dated than a short call, which is a sold call, acts as a hedge. And if you have a margin account, it can even act as collateral. So you've essentially created a poor man's covered call with the hedge built into the trade. When do you think I'm getting boned by my 130cc's? June 3rd expiration. Will I be assigned? My brain hurts from being sad at seeing green. Probably not. You could be, though. I mean, the end of day price action today is going to be very important for you. And tomorrow, the week's not over and you're not at expiration yet. And frankly, your covered call isn't that far in the money. So you could get assigned. It's possible, but you might not. But you can get assigned even if your covered call is out of the money, right? That happens too. I mean, lucky you if it does, but... How can we judge when the rug pull is incoming? Well, we're going to see volume die off, which is what we're seeing right now. We will probably say... I'd say we'll probably see shares returned. That might be our best indicator of them starting to pull the stops. For a big move to the downside, we'll see shares being returned. Okay, was there another? Thanks, Eric. I appreciate it, man. Having some issues with Discord connecting. If the audio goes out, just try to let me know in the YouTube chat, guys. I'm not sure why it's bugging out right now. I'm very concerned with the run. Won't happen in June. Be careful, everyone. Far dated calls, please. Don't get burnt. Yeah, I agree. Far dated calls are key. Thank you for all that you do each trading day. Your knowledge and sharing is greatly appreciated. Thanks, Pickle Strategies. I appreciate it, man. I don't think we have 450 likes. I think it's significantly more than that, man. It's like well over 1,000. Is there any evidence that Feb to March OPEX delay was a one-off and that we're back on F-Man? No. Because it looks like they did the same thing they did in Feb again by rolling forward their puts on XRT. I think they're... See, like, you know how, like, Gaff talks about how, like, they're winding the cycles down? I think quite the opposite is true. Oh shit, I still have a call here. One second, I want to pick up some more calls here. Check DMs. You haven't sent me anything. Why do you keep saying you didn't send me anything? Hold on, I'm trying to see if this is gonna bounce or not. Volume's kind of weak. $90 puts came in. But if they're successful at, hold on, shaking people out of calls, then the price can fall. And since so many of the calls are short dated, it's pretty easy to shake people out of them. Will we see 120 again this week? It's possible. I'm pretty far behind in chat, sorry. Can we make a general rule where if the stock moves 50% in a day, all options questions begin with the answer, it's risky? I mean, it is. But help me be okay with leaving some profits on the table is calculating how many hours a poor has to work at $20 to earn what I made in 20 minutes laying in my bed. I take it a lower low after earnings is off the table now. 140 to 70 would be a big drop in the span of a couple weeks. That doesn't mean it's not possible. Does this not look bullish? This does not look bullish. No, it doesn't. I guess I'll hold my 120s a little bit longer, but we'll see. Doesn't look, it's not looking good. I mean, I'm not gonna buy puts and help them bring the price down. You can sell puts like I did. I already did that yesterday. Shift search, Green Knight. Can you talk more about the cycle not winding down? Yeah. I think that the positions are compounding as retail ownership continues to increase. And I think after March, retail got pretty liquid. I think and while not everybody was successful in capitalizing on the March run, I think enough people were. Um and retail with that extra liquidity has been buying. Ko-Fi working for me again. That was so stressful. This is so bullish right now. Holy shit. Well, it may not be any longer. I need to look at the options flow. Fuck. We're gonna get an update for today? No. Give me a second. May 27s, 140s are probably starting to close now. People might be jumping out of 130s. Call buying seemed to pretty much cap out. Here, I'll show you guys. We got call buying kind of capping out at the 150 mark right here, with 5.8 million. We've picked up some institutional call buying, by the way. But call buying kind of capping out here on the chain at 150. Some June 150s, those might get held on to a little bit, but these May calls, even if retail holds them, institutions will shed them very quickly. And these are all like 2 DTE. And what we do see is a lot of put buying. And see how the put buying tends to be further dated? We see some 145 puts. These, I don't know if they're bought or sold. It's hard to say. Probably bought. But they may have been sold on the way up. But just a shitload of 2 DTEs. Actually, all of these are 2 DTEs. So not a lot to sustain us, at least not where the money is going. And it's not like the short hedge funds are dead, right? I mean, they're already buying 120 and $90 puts. So they're using this upward price action and this FOMO to buy puts for cheaper. Yeah, I think we've seen the peak, maybe. I don't know. We're down almost $10 more. High of 148. We're down $12 from the top at this point. It's not looking great. Some of this could be midday, just stabilization. If we can hold a floor, if we find some resistance and we can hold a floor, there's potential for maybe dark pool dumps later in the day. Earnings is on the 1st, yeah. Shareholder meeting on the 2nd. What would be the advantage of buying long-dated puts instead of short ones? Wouldn't short ones be cheaper and have more effect? They don't want it. They don't want to pop IV, right? They want to get IV low, as low as they can going into earnings. Remember, they're short volatility, right? So IV going up is bad for them, especially if it's outside of the point where they're hedged against increases in IV. I mean, the experienced traders are taking profits, no? I mean, yeah, the institutions are going to take profits, without a doubt. And $100 million in options volume is not retail anymore. Earlier this morning at market open, lots of retail buying, but now it's block orders, big block orders of short dated calls. Will they be able to crush price into earnings? Possibly. I mean, they're buying puts to do exactly that. Puts on dark pool dumps. Let me take a look at our dark pool flow for today. Give me a second. Looks like we've got about 52% dark pool volume for today. Block trades of 500,000 volume. Yeah. Dark pools are trading at a slight premium from VWAP. But we're moving towards that average price right now, so here at like 134. Yeah, it's not nearly as high as yesterday. But they're also not dumping internalization today, right? We don't see sub 50%. So they're still internalizing. It's always shilly in here. Yeah, we get a lot of them. Hey Girk, longtime commenter, first time listener. What's your shot in the dark guess for price Tuesday morning after earnings that I can misquote you on and use against you at a later time? I have no idea what our price is going to be the day after earnings. I think they're already overestimating our EPS. Is the Discord audio set to keep out the pores? The Discord audio is free and open to everyone. There's no paywall on that. How about puts at 144? It feels so wrong, but they will probably print forget my sins. Forgive my sins. Haven't they already? AMA 60 holding strong for now. Yeah, on what time frame are you looking at this? Oh, just here on the 1 minute? Yeah, it is. We're finding a little bit of support. But we're not seeing volume increase, which is problematic. Check TM for some sugar and spice. What do we got? Controlled. Interesting. That's very interesting. I mean, I'm sure they're just trying to get people to shed calls. Long time listener, first time messenger. If you had sold 100 CCs this week and still have them, was the best out? One can be concerned about rolling into. Sorry. One can be concerned about. Where the fuck did it go? What can be concerned about rolling into MOASS and buying them back is too expensive now. Really don't want to get them exercise. Lesson learned. Good. Yeah, I don't know how comfortable I'd feel rolling them forward into the shareholders meeting. That seems very risky. You'd have to roll them very far out. Let's see. Shareholders meeting on the 2nd, expiration on the 3rd. I mean, you could roll, if you can roll far enough up and out, you might be able to be safe, but the risk past the shareholders meeting is so high. Hope the price drops in the next 2 days, otherwise take assignment and buy back in. Sorry, late to the stream. Are we still thinking we drop around earnings like the previous cycles? Yeah, I still think so. I mean, given that they're just buying puts right now, it's not looking great. Like, a sustained run doesn't look good. What happens to Jimmy if SPY goes up more today after this leveling out? I mean, if it's applying active fund pressure to the stock, then we're gonna go up, right? If the SPY starts ripping, we're gonna move too. What's my first ever 10 bagger on 110 6 threes? Thanks for all you do. Fuck yeah, man. And just get a sign and then buy the shares back near your strike next week. Yeah, right? Or just plan to close by the 3rd. That too. You could roll up and out to next week and then hope for an earnings dip. If that's what I would do, probably. If I had in the money covered calls right now, I would probably roll them to the 3rd and then try to close them out post earnings. After the IV crushes, they might be they'll be a lot cheaper to buy back. Are you not opening the... Okay, I'm not in control of opening the August options. What's the point of diamond handing when everyone is trading calls? Diamond handing is what makes the calls print. Trading calls isn't... You gotta understand that trading calls doesn't make the stock more liquid or less illiquid. Like, it doesn't affect the liquidity of the underlying. Daniel Doss. That's what I've been trying to teach people for months, is that there's lots of money to be made here without having to... You never have to sell any shares. You hold your fucking shares forever. Keep them locked up. Keep the liquidity dry, because it promotes either it promotes the abuse of GameStop for these volatility plays, or it keeps the shorts trapped. Either way, it's a win for retail. You don't need to sell your shares to make money. Your shares are an asset. You can leverage them. Most likely, yeah. I mean, especially if I was protecting long-term cap gains. The cover calls the shares I saw cover calls on aren't long-term holding yet. So for the most part, I think a few are, but um, because you do first in, last out. Can I get a refund on my Ko-Fi? Did you send me one? I don't even know how to do that. I don't see it. Would I still be able to use that strategy given I rolled mine to 610? Yeah. I mean, they'll be more expensive to buy back because they have more theta, but do you think the June run will be much more violent given this May run? I mean, if it's proportional to what we saw in Feb and March, then yes. Let's see what happens to the borrow rate. Let's see if they're able to drop the borrow rate. After Feb OPEX, I think we saw a small dip in the borrow rate, but barely. We may see a bigger dip from this. It depends on how many shares they get back and how much they're able to short in the next 2 weeks. If we're getting a run in June, why would we want August and not just July options? I mean, I'm going to buy quite a few July, and I've already started to buy October. I may cut them on this run if we start to fall a little lower and just buy them back. But I would say people want the extra theta primarily. Little less decay moving into the run, more Vega sensitivity, especially for further out of the money options. I do agree that Julys are probably fine, but people are afraid, and so they want farther dated calls. And August opening up presents a nice opportunity between having to pay near elite prices for October calls and not having enough time possibly on July's. Yeah, there's also, a chance that there's a split that extends beyond OPEX, right? Maybe they split the stock after OPEX because we don't know when the ex-dividend date's going to be set for. And if the stock continues to run into a pre-split, they probably want options that capture all of that movement. Those are just off the top of my head some possible reasons for people wanting August calls. Although, effectively, the same thing can be done with October calls without having to wait for liquidity to build up in them. Yes, I sent you one, but it's not showing up on my thing. Bipolar Bear. Did you send it as like a private message? Oh, okay. Thanks for helping me become more patient. Former me would have bought back my 145 and 135 CCs at a huge loss. Today I am zen, and I know I can always buy back in. Also, Moonwind for mod. I can't believe Moonwind didn't have fucking covered calls on this. It was like for the first time ever, he listened. I don't even know how to address it, honestly. I may just be a fucking proper trader now. I traded both of these days like a fucking boss. Stacked tendies for June. Thank you for all you do, homie. You got it, Dominic. Congratulations, bro. Nope, this has nothing to do with June OPEX. So they took all their puts, right? On the 20th. And they rolled them forward to the 17th. Right? But what this does is it creates a shitload of gamma exposure here. That's why we don't have the volume, right? Look at March's volume. If you look at the March run-up volume, we had more volume on last week's FTD day than we did yesterday on our 30% run. We had more volume yesterday than we have today so far. But I mean, if you look at March, you know, you've got fucking the first days of March OPEX, like the first T+2 day, 3 million, then 15, then 25 million volume, right? On 323 alone, we traded more volume than we've traded this entire fucking week. This is not the same. Is it relieving pressure? A little bit, but not enough. So no, I don't think this kills the potential for a June OPEX. I don't know if we've hit the peak. We're stabilized, which is good. But the question is, are we stabilized because they're taking advantage of the increased price to buy puts? Which is true to an extent. Or are we just stabilized because we're going to turn around? And I don't think we're stabilized due to buy pressure, frankly. Given the drop-off in volume, I think they're simply not shorting and using this opportunity to buy out-of-the-money puts very, very cheap. I mean, it doesn't take them long to drop it for earnings. They can drop it overnight, right? Usually our lowest low from earnings is overnight. Oh no, I did, but for next week. Never mind. Played yesterday and today like a total dingus. Still made out with some profits. GME is a saucy minx. Well, it's volatile, right? It's hard to play options on a shit that like consolidates, moves up $10, then immediately moves down 12. Sounds like retailers have gained enough wrinkles to be competent traders and make enough profits to be more of a threat. Riku. Yeah, remember, guys, also, when you have cover calls, you can hedge them, right? So if you know you're selling CCs at 0.2 delta, right, and that contract moves up to like 0.3 or 0.4, you can buy calls at a lower strike to hedge your covered call. That way, if you know the fucking stock goes to the moon, you can always sell your deeper in the money call to buy back your further out of the money sold call. Covered calls can be hedged, they can be bought back. If you take assignment, flip it around and sell cash secure puts so you get your shares back. You'll sure as shit lower your cost basis. Moonwind's covered calls are very likely in the money right now if he did sell them. Do you think we will run next week T+2? No, it's not looking like it. Not unless we sustain these prices into Friday, and ideally higher. Also rejected at 150, so we didn't get the call gamma or we didn't get like that gamma in the money. So it's You think we're able to push exposure out to Wednesday by getting dark pool orders by Wednesday morning, or do they borrow to get through Tuesday Evidenced by the hiked borrow rate. It's very possible that they borrowed to get through Tuesday. Or they couldn't find shares at market and just had to borrow. What's really compelling is the increase in borrow rate in relation to the ETF FTDs. That's when we first started to see the borrow rate really bump, was when those FTDs came due. And if they're borrowing shares to cover FTDs, they're fucked. That's some desperate shit. Like trying to like inject heroin with a like a darning needle. Like, it's rock bottom. I mean, don't speak too soon, OG rules. The price can still fall back down. AMD had a large increase in institutional ownership over May, and now less good NVIDIA projected is very good for AMD. I agree. Yeah, NVIDIA earnings, I only got a quick look at them this morning because I was trying to get data on GameStop before market open. But yeah, they don't look to be doing nearly as well as AMD. Although that a lot of that's AMD's exposure to CPUs, whereas like NVIDIA doesn't really have that. On the GPU side, I think NVIDIA is still ahead, but AMD's catching up. So Jimmy running with the SPY till 1034, then since with the VIX. Okay, you can sure. So they do care for our shares then if they're desperate. I mean, they want to maintain liquidity. We don't know that they are, but they may be. I mean, that's the idea, right? Is you need to you want enough pressure on them that they need to start finding shares. They got fucked pretty hard in March. Retail was ready. They were bought into contracts for the most part. Everybody was ready for a run, and that hurts them, right? That means that the cycle is going to build up momentum instead of lose momentum. Okay, but can we talk about the price of BBY? Bullshit. It's absolutely bullshit. Their earnings were fucking garbage. But BBY, Best Buy, is still in some of the same baskets as GameStop, right? So I'm holding my put position on it until after this plays out, because I think their price will drop. Also, their price could be being artificially inflated as they are GameStop's current #1 competition as we go into GameStop's earnings, which is something to think about. It's interesting. Maybe take a look at who owns Best Buy. I think the potential for the June run is very high. Hey Gork, first time caller here. Was this morning TRS? No. That's not how that works, Dork, and you know that. Being an ex-shareholder, what is your realistic price? Can it hit 100,000 plus? As I don't want to miss out, as I have everything I afford in this. I got medically retired from the armed forces. Thanks and appreciated. In the event of a short squeeze, realistically, any price is possible. We don't know how far it will run. So if a short squeeze triggers, which is difficult, admittedly. Most mechanics in the market are designed to prevent a short squeeze from happening. But if it were to, there's, you know, unlimited potential to that. BBBY, not Best Buy. He said BBY. Hey, dude, we went up today. I know, turd. I cannot believe that Pulte buying in $100,000 worth of GME caused this movement. What gets me is like, Pulte has less fucking shares than most of the people in this chat. No, not most, but less shares than a lot of people in this chat. Pulte is frugal. If you sell a CC and the price of the stock rises to put the call in the money, how likely is it the call gets exercised early? That's an option for American options, right? It is. It's generally very unlikely. Given the liquidity crunch on GameStop right now, the odds of you getting assigned early are a little bit higher, but you may not. Like a market maker, if a market maker bought your call, they're very unlikely to exercise early. All right, we've slipped VWAP to the downside. You can get assigned after hours? Yeah. Tesla dead? Maybe. Interesting. What's a good strategy for selling CSPs? It depends. Do you want to be assigned or not assigned? Like I said, I had 2 90cc contracts executed last night. Yeah, you can lose a few if they're in the money. It's pretty rare though. I've had covered calls go pretty deep in the money. Unless if they're near dated, the chance is a little higher. But the further dated they are, the lower the odds. I sold 175 March 27s when we were at 143, almost ready to buy them back or requeue. Congratulations, carbon based. Interestingly enough, I've been assigned to my in the money CSPs a couple of times, but never on my in the money covered calls. Interesting. Is the assignment gonna have problems that we're gonna be on the test though? Is June spicier after these last 2 days or same expectations? Well, why don't we see what the liquidity looks like moving into June OPEX? I mean, if we see a bump in the borrow rate across all of the brokerages, similar to what we saw moving into March, and liquidity remains dry, it could be very good for us. Greg, do market makers buy your Craigslist covered calls? Usually. I'd roll my 100 CCs today. Also bought puts on the peak. Sorry, but not sorry. Fair enough. Almost looking like a big Head and Shoulders. Yeah. SPY looking to fall off a cliff. Yeah, SPY's kind of, well, it has a little more range. Potentially. There's no SLD, there's nothing right now to suppress it, so it can continue to climb. If no one noticed, for those of you that are in Caterpillar, it broke 210 today, which is really good. I've been calculating whether to go more heavy on GME or BBBY July calls. Will BBBY OPEX action be enough to push to 25, you think? It's possible, but I'm not buying strikes out that far. I have them, but I'm not buying new ones. I've been buying basically at 10 and 15 for the last like 2 weeks. I don't know what's going on there with the potential for a buyout on the table. I think it might be a little risky to buy too far out of the money, because if the buyout offer comes in, right, potentially, and then it's accepted and the share price isn't as high as your strikes, the share price can get locked up at that buyout price. Unless there's a dividend before the expiration date, then early assignment is kind of common. Yeah, that's true. See, Docu's been running on the same cycle as GameStop, which I think is really interesting, given that it's not in the same sector. Actually, nothing. Like, same FTD movement, same like Feb OPEX movement, same March OPEX movement. So somehow this has gotten wrapped up in the basket, and that's kind of compelling. And I'm wondering, like, are we seeing like a flip in these large scale put positions? Are we going to see a move from these like these pandemic shorts like GameStop and like Bed Bath and Beyond, and um into these like post pandemic shorts where like they're now trying to drive value out of these stocks that are or that were extremely overvalued during the pandemic, like Dacia, Peloton, these things. Fucking Amazon. Um Oh, if you rewind a bit, dude, medically retired from the armed forces guy, I answered your question earlier when you asked the first time. What is the June OPEX dates we're looking at? Is it June 17th? That's the expiration. So you're looking at the week past June 17th, technically. For price action. I'm just selling BBY CCs at my cost basis to collect premiums. 1180 cost basis. Is that dumb? I don't think so. Depending on Costco, I think they're gonna smash earnings. They might. I mean, it's been going up pretty steadily. That sell off after fucking Target reported the bullwhip was interesting. I don't know if Costco has those same supply chain issues, given that they have like a really limited product range. I don't think their inventory is going to end up too overstocked. What do you think, ADA? Are you talking about Cardano? I own some. It's like, it's compelling, but it's probably like a 3 to 5 year hold. The difference is that Pulte has over 3 million Twitter followers and tweets about Jimmy. Farthest reach we've ever had. He tweets about Jimmy to people who have no fucking money. What's the par rate of other companies in the same basket as Jimmy? Does it matter? I mean, no, but it could. DDS has a really high borrow rate. DDS is interesting. If you watch DDS's intraday borrow rate, you know, it's usually around like 20%, but intraday it'll hit like 4 or 5,000%. And then it'll come back down. IBKR borrow rate up to 58.53. Okay. Fidelity still at 7. How come no halt this time? Like when we halted 3 or 4 times, we didn't increase in price rapidly enough. We had a lot of volume that day, and it came all at once. Are you talking about the Thursday, like 2 weeks ago? DDS bar rate currently at 0.72. Damn. That's low. On Fidelity or IBKR? Check a couple, but it will frequently jump when DDS runs. You'll see that you have to watch the intraday rate live, but if you're watching it, you'll see it jump up anytime they borrow any shares. More than 100% of DDS's float is locked up, like significantly more. Like 120% of shares outstanding are either sold short or registered to employees. Anyone know the answer? So we're expecting a slow bleed all the way back down again. I mean, we're seeing put buying. I don't know if they're going to actively short us this week or not. They might. I don't understand why they'd want to drive up IV further, though. $5 million in 120 puts so far. 3 million at 145. $200 puts. Those look sold. Maybe an upward hedge. Those are for next week. 130 puts being bought. 135 puts. These are all ticking up. 140, 125, 130, 80, and 120. So we're starting to see some 1 DTE puts coming in, but not a lot. It's still slow, incremental. Fucking 5 shares, Greg. Jira reported short interest on Fidelity went from 21 to 23.56%. Nice. I mean, it should, right? All the shares are being borrowed and sold short. Fluffyosa, thank you for becoming a Cornichon, dude.
Cornichon. Cornichon.
Jimmy up almost 50% in 2 days, and they aren't going to short. Get out of here. I mean, why? Right? If they intend to short it next week, right, for earnings, which undoubtedly they want to do, right? Like, think of the strategy here. And they had to cover GEX this week, knowing that the price is going to go up. Why wouldn't you use this opportunity while the price is elevated at around like 130, 140 to buy puts for next week in the 120, 110, 100 range, which we already see coming in, and then short it next week? Not only driving up volatility next week before earnings, but also driving your puts into the money that you bought at a steep discount because they were low delta at the time. This isn't just a hypothetical. This is what they've done almost every time. They build up a put gamma ramp, and then they short the fucking stock into it. My Jimmy puts won't get Ivy crushed leading up to earnings, right? They'll get Ivy crushed after earnings. Ivy should theoretically increase into earnings. New low will be sometime after the shareholding, correct? Then what are our days for June OPEX? Well, there's a holiday on the 20th, so I think the 21st, 22nd, 23rd is gonna be the T+2 window for June 17th's OPEX expiration. Mind talking a bit more about your current BBY thesis? I mean, there isn't much of one. I think it's undervalued. I think if they move forward with the proposals that Ryan Cohen pushed, then, you know, they can clear out some of their debt and start to realize a fair market value. I think any potential at a squeeze was kind of killed when the institution sold off on the 2 runs. The share buyback helps, but liquidity is very high. I think it'll continue to run on the OPEX cycles due to its exposure to the rest of the volatility swaps through XRT and IWM. Right now, it looks like they've built up a put wall in order to establish long positions and maintain an extremely low price point. So, good opportunity to buy if you're bullish on the company. No problem, CJ. So if we all got jobs at Dillard's instead of behind the Wendy's dumpster, could we cause the entire basket to squeeze with our new employee shares? I don't know the sale conditions on those, or how long you have to work there to start obtaining shares, but sure. Or you could just buy some. You could just buy some shares of Dillard's. It's very profitable. It's like GameStop, except it only goes up. It runs on all the same cycles, though. Dillard's is up. From its low, almost $60 in the last 2 days. Just no one notices it. There's not a lot of liquid options, and so you have to buy shares, which is capital intensive. Just back on my 150 cc's, I sold at the top. Premium greater than initial credit. Looking at selling new May 27s. Would you wait till end of day or tomorrow for hedge from today's price action? If they drop us back to the price we opened at before close today, there's not going to be any delta pressure tomorrow. Okay, that's fair, Pickle Man. Cool. It depends on who they are. I see what you're saying for short hedge funds, but imagine MMs will try to move us closer to max pay over the next day. I mean, that's assuming MMs are exerting a lot of pressure on controlling the price. They shouldn't actually give a shit. I mean, like, it's ideal for them to end at max pan, but max pan is kind of irrelevant and a terrible metric because it just follows whatever the price action from the previous day was. I've got accepted. I'm gonna get assigned on my 90 CCs. I sold a couple weeks ago when we were trading in that range. Thoughts on whether or not we will see the 70s range after the shareholders meeting crash? Possibly, but the low may be in pre-market again. Our low in the last cycle was in pre-market. If you're not in a brokerage that can purchase in pre-market, you could miss the window. They have a hedge. Okay, so and I kind of want to clear this up because I see a lot of people getting it wrong already, and I don't want to answer questions on that in 2 weeks. So let's just establish this now. In previous to the March run up, post earnings, we saw a low of 75.10. They were positioned with puts all the way down to $40. They're currently positioned down to 50. That does not mean we're going to $50. This is simply the visible hedge in the chain that we are aware of. So it gives us an idea of where they want the stock to go, but it does not give us an exact price. Now, Vega neutral's at 49. So if they're really manipulating the shit out of it, that would be their target, right? They would want to get the price as close as feasibly possible to Vega neutral before beginning covering. Because, you know, as long as they don't cross below Vega neutral, they don't have to rebalance their volatility positions. But this would be the cheapest possible price to begin covering at. So, but even though that's their target, they may not get to it, right? Especially in prices, you know, sub $70. Retail buy pressure and probably institutional buy pressure are enormous. So they've really got to struggle to drive the price down to those levels. Remember that, you know, even institutions consider GameStop undervalued at like $70. Retail considers GameStop undervalued at 100. So, you know, retail buy pressure picking up in this range, institutional buy pressure picking up in that range, makes it very hard for them to get the stock down below that. We have institutions willing to buy GameStop all the way from like 70 to about 102. Depending on their own, you know, valuation of the stock. It's about right, given that GameStop's worth about 60 to 120 a share from a fundamental standpoint right now. Please quit calling gamma slides put gamma ramps. I mean, they are a gamma ramp, but they're just with puts. It's confusing though, because people hear gamma ramp and they think up, and that's not the case. I mean, gamma squeeze, but gamma squeezes aren't even generally positive. They're usually to the downside. Gamma slide isn't even a fucking term. Neither is gamma ramp, really. You just have gamma squeezes, and they can be positive or negative, depending on the exerted pressure. First quarter GDP down sharp 1.5%, more than forecasted. Thoughts on upcoming earnings? Thanks. Probably not going to be great. I don't think our earnings are going to be good on GameStop. Negative 90 cents. I mean, SG&A was already driving up in the last quarter. I don't see us moving to positive EPS in the next like year. Not unless there's massive new revenue streams, which is possible with the NFT marketplace, but we don't know yet. Yeah, but then aren't shorts ultra fucked if GME announces something big during the shareholders meeting? No, because the price is still cheap. They still want to cover from the cheapest possible price. We don't know what the low for the cycle will be. We know where their hedge is. And they've now with the increased price action, they have puts from 120 all the way down to 50. But we don't know where in that range the price will end. We know the point in that range that's most advantageous for them. That doesn't mean they're going to be able to get it there. Can you tell me the exact price that GameStop will be on June 8th at 10:23 a.m.? $101.47, Fluffy. Call it a Gemma half pipe. Other wave guys said 168, 180 for tomorrow, which confirms we're definitely going down now. Probably. Spy rug pull incoming? Yeah, maybe. Oh, I need to sell my calls. Hold on. As everyone's coming in that they're opening more puts. They are opening more puts, but slowly. They're not opening in the money puts, so they're not actively applying pressure. They're just buying puts. Reps go up, slides go down. Fair. Gamma snakes and the gamma ladders. GDP worse than expected. Spy up, recession canceled. It's a reanalysis of the previous GDP numbers. It's not a new report. So does the size of this mini run make you more or less bullish of the magnitude of the alleged larger run in June? Why not? Why not? I think it makes me more bullish. I think we're going to see a big fucking... If the number of puts rolled forward from May 20th was sufficient to cause a run of this magnitude, imagine what's going to happen when they all expire on the 17th. Then there's nowhere else to roll them out to. Remember, as far as we know, as there is no historical evidence of it, they cannot roll puts forward through the ETF rebalancing period and the index rebalancing. So that's where it dead ends. That's the furthest they can kick the can. Clip what? I don't know what you want me to clip. I'm really far behind on chat. $101.47. Oh. I'm sure someone will remember. Gamma elevator, but when it goes down, it takes out all ambiguity. So real question, how effective has Pickles Picks and Zillionaire Discord been for all y'all that have access? I don't know. Don't ask me. Repeated so I can remember not to sell CC's. Thanks, boss. Which week of June you expect the GME run up? Thanks. After June 17th. So the week of Juneteenth, 21st, 22nd, 23rd. No, June 17th is nothing. June 17th is the expiration day. Can you play I Can Be Green song? Sure. I'm gonna go make a coffee now because everything's kind of calmed down and I haven't had one today. But I'll leave you with this.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like.
We stay above 127, maybe more ups tomorrow. I mean, we need to stay above. We don't need to stay as high as 127, but we'd like to stay above 115 in order to continue the gamma exposure. That also depends on how much call volume sold off today. Would now be a good time to sell CCs? Sure. I mean, risky for tomorrow. I don't know. I sold a few, but not many. Nothing I can't buy back. I think the risk is kind of high. And then next week, it's out of the question. Super fucking risky. Too much of a wild card with the shareholders meeting. SS claim buy button turned off on Vanguard for GME. Okay. I mean, I'll just go look at my Vanguard account and see if I can fucking buy a share of GameStop. Oh, fucking seriously? Boomer shit brokerage. Okay, I just bought a share for 127. Vanguard thing debunked. Damn fucking straight it is. 30% profit on my 624 200 cc's from an hour and a half ago. Nice, dude. Careful leaving them on the table, especially now that they're profitable. Yes, I believe they're fielding questions. Somebody. Vanguard thing was already debunked. No, the CS no shares thing was bullshit and debunked. Vanguard didn't turn off the buy button. Didn't before. Yeah, they didn't. Their system went down, right? Which people accuse them of turning off the buy button. But if you were logged in, you shouldn't have had a problem last January. But did you route through IAX? No, because I don't care. Anyone excited? AMD testing $100. I mean, I am. I own a lot of it, so that's awesome. It's worth way more. You set stop limits on your options there. I can't see it. You can set stop limit on these. You can set stop limits. You go here and you stop limit. See? Is that what you're asking, Space? SS claiming DRS doesn't work anymore. That's not gonna work. I'd just be surprised if Vanguard turned off buying. Because they didn't in January. I think a lot of that ties back, like the speculation about turning off the buy button ties back to people really not understanding what occurred in January with the buy button. and how that happened and what was done to facilitate it. I think a lot of people were just like think that like Kenny like called up Vlad and he was like, "Hey, stop him from buying." But that's not really how it went down. Vlad was over leveraged and Kenny dumped his internalization on him, which triggered the shutting off of the buy button because fucking Robinhood has no money. Then bailed him out for a massive stake in his company. Yeah, it's the clearinghouse that shut it down. But they knew that dumping their internalization at that moment. Robinhood's self-clearing, first of all, which should be noted. They are not Apex. Apex went down, but all of the brokers were able to maintain sufficient liquidity deposits, and then they resumed. Vanguard is legit one of the most solvent brokerages in the world. The fact that people say stuff like this shows more about their understanding of the markets. Yeah, I know. But it's hard to separate that fact from fiction narrative at this point. I sold computer shares while the price was good, going to get back to the same shareholding, but all infidelity between now and June OPEX when they had some time to short the stock. What are your thoughts on Chinese military assets no longer being usable as collateral as of June 3rd? We don't have evidence of short hedge funds using this as collateral. I think it's a big fucking nothing burger. And even if it was, even if they were going to cut off their access to that collateral, they've had fucking over a year to reposition for that. So, you know, if they know their collateral is at risk for a year, they're not going to hold on to it. They're just going to simply move it to other collateral. It's as compelling an idea as it is. It's meaningless. Wouldn't it be bad for us if SS gave up on DRS since DRS results in more illiquidity? I mean, we had illiquidity before DRS. We have more now, so that's whatever. I don't care. I don't care if people stop DRSing. Be my fucking guest. I do think people deserve to know what it does and what it doesn't do. That's more of what I take an issue with than people DRSing. I don't care if people DRS. A lot of people in here have shares DRS'd. It's not like we're trying to stop DRS. It's fucking ridiculous. With all this Jimmy excitement, what do you expect with... Ah, shit. Okay, hold on. Give me a second. I gotta go open these up. All right. With all this GME excitement, what do you expect with Bbby? Do you have a price target, price action theory for what it'll do here in June OPEX or just up? We don't know. I mean, it's not something we've tracked, right? Like, we've paid a little bit of attention to BBY in the past. Some people played it. I know a bunch of people in here bought when they started announcing their share buyback because it was one of the basket stocks, right? And that was compelling. So there were people that were in it already. It's traditionally had about 30 to 60% moves on OPEX. That could continue. However, it's starting from a much lower range than it previously has. Call interest on BBBY is very, very compelling. So all the things I like tried to tell people about doing on GameStop with buying, you know, far dated in and out of the money options, that's happening on BBBY because the options are very cheap, right? And it was hard to facilitate retail doing that on GameStop because the options are so expensive. You know, even at the lows, you're talking like 2.2 to like $5 for leaps, right? Whereas BBBY, you can buy leaps right now for like 22 to 50 for GME, and like 2.2 to like 4 on BBBY. And so what we're seeing is we're seeing large amounts of these far dated, like Vega sensitive options with high delta being purchased on BBBY. And so when it does pop and those start to go in the money, those really desperately need to be hedged. And it could create, and especially given the cheap price of the strikes, we can see large amounts of exercising. So I think BBBY has a lot of potential in a run. I also think the company is undervalued and just a good long-term investment if you have faith that the board, and I do mean faith, that the board is going to turn around and do what Cohen is asking of them. I do, however, think if they don't, Cohen can then leverage and buy out the company and push forward those changes himself, or reinstate a new board that does push forward the changes that he wants. And that's, you know, that's the power that a activist investor has. They have the threat of buying it all out. Is IBKR broker legit? I've never really had any issues with them. January 2021, they were down intermittently for 5 to 20 minutes at a time. But so is everyone else for the most part. I think the only brokerage I had that didn't go down was Vanguard, and I think that's only because I stayed logged into it. If I'd logged out, I probably would have had issues also. Fidelity had an outage for about 2 hours. WeBull was down about the same with the Apex shutdown. I can be green, I can be red, but I'm green as fuck today, bitches. Thanks to you. Double my portfolio in the last 2 days. Sold my calls at the peak today and bought puts for the way down. Cheers to violent upside potential. Thanks, Patrick Swayze, and congratulations, dude. That's fucking awesome, man. Please explain how they can crush IV and drop the price within a week. Slow, short descent backed by a negative delta hedge. So very slow shorting. They have no FTDs coming up in the near term, which makes it easier for them. If the market remains stagnant, then market-wide volatility should drop off. And then, yeah, just a slow bleed down is their best bet. Or alternatively, they can slam it, popping IV for a day, and then have it trade flat on exceptionally low volume for a few days, and you'll see IV crush pretty quick. IV can crush pretty fast. I mean, I think previously we've seen it drop 30. Well, here, let me just look at the chart. I think it was like 30-ish%. Volatility. So from the March peak, so from March 28th to March 31st, we saw IV drop almost 20%, 30%. Then it spiked again on April 1st with the announcement of the split. And from 131 to its low in the cycle at 86 took 14 days. I'm not saying they're going to get IV, you know, sub 50, but they are going to try to get IV into their target range, which I believe is sub 100. That's where they seem to try to maintain IV at, and you know, their hedge interest picks up. Are you picking up any calls today? Probably not. Missed another Ko-Fi? I'm sorry. Missing Ko-Fis while catching up on Ko-Fis. As I drifted off to sleep, I wondered how would it affect the shorts if post-split GameStop buys BBBY and gives BBBY shareholders GME shares. That's absolutely possible. I would probably fuck them. Fuck the BBBY shorts, not the GameStop ones so much. Volatility for calls and puts should be the same, relatively. Yeah, it's the same. It depends on skew though. It can vary. If the skew is bearish, put IV will be higher. If the skew is bullish, call IV will be higher. Yeah, no problem, Bangum. We're already down fucking pretty significantly from the peak today. If you can smell the flowers, is spring over? Thanks, Mo Astronaut. Thanks, Wi-Fi for fan. You too, man. A legit 3 changes. BBY is a bet on corporate greed. The board are also shareholders and have lost lots of their capital as the share price gets crushed. They may want to shed the shorts and make money themselves. Yeah. Thanks for your help, Pickleman. I've listened since day one. I've learned a lot. Keep on keeping on. Thanks, Archer. Not a problem, dude. How on earth are you not a huge proponent of DRS, knowing that makes GME VUP cycles way more profitable for options traders? That would be disingenuous, Stefan. 13K shares available to short and IBKR just 1 minute ago. Now just 1.6K. It's gonna fluctuate a lot through the intraday. You don't need to track the volume available of short sales. Just watch the rate overnight. That's all that matters. The intraday rate is even irrelevant. VIX goes up and SPY goes up. Does that mean a big sell-off incoming? It can. It can mean interest in VIX is picking up. How are you such a proponent for options trading, but still haven't opened up the August chain? Jesus Christ. That's weird, AM. I don't know why that is. I already answered your fucking question, Stefan. If you keep ranting about it, I'm gonna mute you. Pay attention. What would be the best time to sell CSPs on GME when we found a bottom? Will you let us know when you start selling CCs for August so we can buy some? I'm probably not going to sell any cover calls on GameStop for a while. Walk to the room to water my... What the fuck is with everyone in plants lately? You're like the 5th person that's been talking about their house plants this week. Are you able to put an inverted Stefan on the screen to poke the stock back down to Hades? Sorry, Stefan only pushes stocks up. Pterodactyl. How dare you insinuate otherwise? Trying to use the power of Steph and Stick for evil. Any thoughts on RDBX puts? Yeah. Aren't they getting like bought out? Why is it going down? What's the bear case? It ran too hard. How do you ask a question and then immediately leave? That's what I don't understand. It's like, ah, shit, my plants. Better make sure they're well hydrated. Nothing to do with executive order coming up. I don't think it matters at all. I see you've even changed your screen name to try to make it sound more important, but no. No pressure here. Do you have an enthusiastic, woo, let's drop the price song? I can be red and I can get more red. Look at my violent downside. I sold a CC, kicked in the PP. Winnie the Pooh, blood and honey. Is Juno Peck still on the menu? Yeah, why not? You know what's funny? Is out of this run, out of this entire run, basically all of the actual OPEX covering was this. This was all FOMO and hedging. They pretty much stopped pushing dark pool orders through here. Like the rate dropped off massively. Even today, dark pool volume's low. So from like 108 all the way up, this is just FOMO and the delta hedge. Which, I mean, think about that for a second. Think about how much power retail has to drive price action through options now. Now, don't get me wrong. I mean, institutional options interest picked up today as well, but the initial options interest, especially yesterday and first thing this morning, very much retail driven. So almost this entire period of time was like retail driven options FOMO. Until institutions started buying like big block orders. That's fucking huge. Imagine if for just one day we could get a 10th of the FOMO that we got in January of 2021. There's a bunch of sites with dark pool volume. You can use Market Chameleon, you can use Stock Sarah, you can use bar charts. They all have slightly different data because they all monitor different dark pools. Market Chameleon's pretty good. You can get the information directly from the exchange. It's expensive though. This actually looks kind of good. Maybe a little pop back up to VWAP. I don't think we're going to dip fast. I don't see any reason for them to short hard today. I mean, it still goes to lit exchanges, Paris. Just slower. How's the SPY looking? 408. I think right here, like 407 might be the limit. It's still pushing up, which could be good for us. Can we have a look at the 1 hour Renko? Oh yeah, we were looking at that last night. 1 second. I'll pull it up. I have it right here. So if we think about this, you know, this is the same, we're in the same period of time in the cycle that we were here now. We could potentially see a little bit of downside and then another bump before falling into earnings around here. This is where earnings was in the last cycle. But look at the magnitude of this move versus this one. Internalization get excreted back to lit market end of day. It can, not always. Not all internalization prints the same day. Cut out retail FOMO and it's about the same. It's true. Yeah, fair. But that retail FOMO is good, right? That means more excitement, more FTDs. Remember, the more retail buys options, the more FTDs they create on the market maker side, which drives more price action in the future. Everything compounds. Does that magnitude go both ways? Theoretically, it should, yes. Higher illiquidity means it's easier to drop the price also. Does that mean they'll offer a little support on the way down? Not necessarily. I don't think we've fallen below 126 yet. 126.70 is holding strong. We bounced off it twice. So it's offering more support than it did resistance on the way up. We broke out of it on the way up on the second test. Win valuation as a tech company. Oh, that'll take a while. When e-commerce or NFT platform revenue exceed retail revenue from an institutional standpoint. We have GDP news today and consumer spending data tomorrow. Are we likely to see impact from both of those? Well, GDP data is already out today. It came in, I think, a little worse than the previous analysis. As far as consumer spending data, that's tomorrow. That could cause an effect, yeah. Comes in, both of them come in pre-market. Why do you think there may be another bump up? I mean, there'll be a little relief rally probably on the way down. It may be an hour, JC. It's not necessarily going to be like an entire day of back up. And also, they can continue to drop the price after earnings, right? DK put their pickle jar BBBY on F-Man. I mean, it was. It does not appear to be this year. I mean, GME's also on F-Man, technically. They're just rolling it into the quarterly expirations now. That could be because, and most likely they're rolling it out the additional quarter to get more liquidity over a longer period of time. It's harder to suppress the IV and get those nice entries for the volatility swaps as the stock becomes more illiquid. Waiting for earnings is probably the best option to buy back in, right? Could be. Has it been discussed already on how the split could potentially affect quarterly cycles? I mean, if no one sells, it should do nothing to them. They should continue. I think bar rates drove retail into this run. Do you think enough retail are aware of the cycles for us to really gain some retail options momentum in June? I think especially if the bar rates continue to increase into the June run, yes. If we could maintain 130 plus and have a bullish meeting with good news, we could get spicy. P.S. Any puts coming in? They're buying a lot of puts, but they're out of the money. They're not buying any in the money puts. So no downward pressure, just building up a downward position. You come with a +1/+1 counter for every Dix the Mayo Man ETPs with? Is a mythological minute rounded bottom breakout that we're witnessing? I think we'll have a little upside pretty soon. We're moving back up to VWAP. We found some nice support at 126.70. Where's a good entry to buy calls? Should I wait and see 120 or lower? Probably, yeah. This range is tricky. Do you think we'll see a repeat of the early March dip? And it looks like that's what they're positioning for. So, yeah. To some extent. I don't know if we'll go as low. We may. It's the first time in a long time. Sounds like we should anticipate some level of spice. Probably. I do anticipate some level of spice. To Uranus and beyond. Seems like a poop tweet. Sub 100 possible? Yeah, why not? Why do we get asked that question every time we run? I remember, and people were doing the same thing in March OPEX. They were like, oh, is 100 possible again? And I was like, yeah. And they're like, ah, but we're at 200 now, like 180. How could fucking 100 be possible? Come on. It was sub 100 a couple days ago. It was sub 100 fucking... Wasn't it sub 100 yesterday? Yeah, it wasn't even a couple days ago. We fucking opened the day yesterday at $89. Remember when we were at like when we were chopping at like 126 before, and everyone was like, "Ah, should I buy calls right now? We're never gonna see 100 again." That went on for like a fucking week. sub 99.97 possible? Sure. What do you mean, how can it be possible? It's only $32 away. Can you please clarify your statement about ETF rebalancing and no can kicking past it? Last year we had no June OPEX run and didn't go back up until August per F-man. Why is this time different? Because they're not closing their puts on F-man. They're rolling their puts. So we're still on the F-man cycle, but they're extending the time frame within which they cover. Ironic. So all of the obligations are still built on the F-man cycle, so like 520, right? And then what they're doing is they're rolling those to the last possible minute on 617, which is quad witching. This is when the indexes rebalance and and so thus the underlying ETFs also rebalance their NAV, right? And so they're rebuilding their asset baskets, which means essentially calling back the obligations that were created in this period of time from, 4-1 out. How come AMC hasn't seen the same percent gains? I mean, it's just not in the same. First of all, it's way more liquid, right? So even if the same amount of buy pressure were exerted on AMC as is on GME, you're not going to see the same relative change in price. And GME's bid ask spread at 30 cents, whereas AMC's bid ask is what, a penny. I mean, liquidity is ultimately what drives volatility and price action in GameStop. Rocky Trader. So the drier our liquidity gets, the more volatile we become, even on less volume. AMC's probably traded more volume than us today, too. Yeah, 50 million volume. Compared to GME is 11.36. It's not because of DRS. This was going on long before DRS even became a thing. DRS accelerates the rate that liquidity dries up. It makes it even more illiquid. But the illiquidity was already there. DRS started in like October. We had runs in June, August, March, all driven by the same mechanics. Oh, you know why people aren't buying AMC? Or what? People aren't buying GME. It's too expensive. Who wants 20 shares and cash out $2,000 a share and make $40,000 versus AMC and get 600 shares with the same money and make $2 million at 2,000? First of all, AMC is literally, Mark, never, ever, ever gonna hit $2,000. It's a dying company whose C-suite is selling the floor out from under its shareholders while they do stupid shit with their shareholders' money, like buy fucking mining exploration companies, okay? If you think AMC is gonna hit $2,000, you should sign up for all the memberships. And I also have some bridges that I'd be willing to sell you. Get the fuck out of here. Dumb. Just dumb as a fucking brick, man. How can you go read about Sears? Go read what Sears board did to their shareholders and watch Adam Aaron do the same fucking thing every single day. Hold your stock while I sell all mine. Good fucking luck, bro. Did you see the SEC gave Trade Zero a tiny 100K fine? Where's this? Sorry. 100K fine for lying to customers during the sneeze. P.S. Did you see they moved the earnings date? God damn it. They didn't move the earnings date. And yeah, I saw the fine. That's pretty standard. Thanks for everything you do. Do we know if they already have an entropy swap in place or how today's round would affect a swap if it is in place? If not, do they now have a time window from now until 6/17 to push the price down and enter? I don't think they would have blown up their entropy swap on this. Like, I don't think it would have gotten cashed out. I don't think the volume was sufficient. Or the rate change in IV. I mean, even several places reported IV down today by 7% on IV 30 from yesterday market open. A few places reported up about 3. I think this is more likely true than a negative, because I mean we had fucking 30% price action yesterday, but still relatively almost no change in IV. And the entropy swap is designed to protect from increases in IV, and we're not really seeing a massive increase in IV, right? So yeah, I don't think they're going to use up their entropy hedge on this run. It's not sufficient. Dan almighty, Mark Johnson for mod. That was a really good answer. Thanks. No problem, dude. I know the FTC fined that warrior trading $3 million for lying to people. Yeah. That's because he's like selling trading programs and he's like, you're going to make $10,000 a month doing this, which is illegal. And good. Fuck him. Trading is fucking. He's always been shady. He just like, he like opens up his trading stream and like pre market and then puts his stream on a delay and front runs people in like the low liquidity environment on microcap stocks. So he's just stealing their money while they're paying him for the fucking course. I'm surprised he didn't get hit harder. Should have gone fucking jail. Which bridge you selling? I have interested buyers. Which one do you want, Grandpa John? If AMC doesn't moon, neither will GME. That's not true. A requisite for a short squeeze, which I know you don't understand because you own AMC, is that you need illiquidity. If you do not have illiquidity, you do not have the FTDs necessary to potentiate a short squeeze. AMC is dog shit, wrapped in cat shit, thrown on someone's floor. Probably an AMC movie theater floor, honestly, if you've ever been to one. Hey, it's true that if they want to change the cycles for ETFs, they must sell all OPS positions before the 17th. Do we know any mechanism where they can avoid all options positions before the 17th? Do we know of any mechanism where they can avoid the rebalance with new ETFs before then? No, but they can use the rebalancing period on newly rebalanced ETFs to offset the covering on the other ETFs, which is I think what they did this time. So as they cleared out ETFs, they began using them to help clear out the remaining ETFs as they push through the cycle. Don't forget the ETFs all have dividends through that period too. So it really fucks them in all the holes. It's not great for them, but if they need the time to generate the liquidity, then they're gonna do, that's what they're gonna push for, right? They're gonna try to get that extra time. Shout out to the DGens buying March 27 CCs. Sold, bought them back a few times, and made some money. Fuck yeah, carbon based. Good job, dude. Pretty easy to make some money on the downtrend here with covered calls. Mark drank all the Kool-Aid, clearly. How would you answer this question in an easily digestible way? Why are you so bullish on GameStop? I think the company has a lot of future potential. I think at the current prices it's trading at, it's very cheap. It's trading at almost book. Actually in excess of book today, but at 80, 90, almost book value with almost no future earnings priced in. I think they're working on establishing several different revenue streams that will probably be realized in the next 3 to 5 years. I think the leadership that they have in place is more than sufficiently qualified to get those revenue streams up and running. I think they're cash liquid and they have no debt. And I easily see their share price being 3 to 500 at the current float size within 3 to 5 years. So already a fantastic investment. My cost basis is at like $64. Additionally to that, I see a repetitive cycle of volatility swaps being bought, hedged, and unhedged on the stock, which causes quarterly run-ups in excess of 50%, which, if leveraged with options, can generate an obscene amount of cash. So for pickle scalpel alerts and premium signals, that's never gonna happen. Yeah, but I don't think the home delivery popcorn has been priced in yet. Are we gonna break down through 126 this week? I don't know. We just found support there. You didn't even mention the gaming industry completely disrupted. That's I don't have a lot of faith in that happening. The NFT marketplace is one of the revenue streams. In your opinion, is it even possible to kick June VUP cycle beyond July 15th? If yes, how would they go about doing it? I don't know of any current mechanic that would allow them to kick it through the ETF rebalance and not force close obligations. What the fuck does GME's 52-week low have to do with AMC's high in June of last year? You mean when Citadel flipped from short to long on AMC, Mark? You're right. That did drive the price up. It's never seen those prices again, has it? And it never will. Do you see this as a prime time to purchase perts for June 10th or 17th? I mean, the market makers are buying them. They'll likely near the money, farther dated puts will print. Short dated ones are risky because of the theta decay. I don't particularly like the idea of buying puts here because it really is just helping them out. Not that they're not going to buy them anyway, because they are, but I don't know. I don't like it. Adam Aaron is investing in crow technology that can more efficiently harvest corn and mine for gold. Top that. You've got to harvest the gold out of the corn. That's the tech. Isn't it like eucalyptus or something like that that pulls gold out of the ground? There's some tree, I can't remember. Thanks, Girk. I made 1,500 this AM on the run. Decided to take that $500 worth of non-perishables, $500 of formula, and donate it to a food bank, and $500 to the local shelter. That's awesome, dude. Please, please, please play the song AMC is a dud. No. Also, I don't know where it is. I'd have to find it. Jimmy will never see 350. It's just going to keep going down. Why? What's your reasoning? So you're saying GameStop's not going to grow as a company? A bunch of floor traded, super in the money, $20, $30 calls just got sold. What does this mean? Bearish. Hedge. Bear call spread. AMC holders are saying, I am forked. Sell your AMC, buy BBY, and hope that you can use your capital losses to offset future BBBY capital gains. Like, of all the meme stocks, they're all hung up on the one that's dying. Like, it's actually a dying business. Like, it's gonna go to zero. NFT allowed digital resale of games will be huge, especially if gaming studios do limited releases. This is huge. Thoughts? I mean, they're not going to do it yet. You have to get independent developers. I mean, it's huge, but it's years and years out in the future huge. First, you have to create a platform that's going to encourage current game publishers to divest themselves of their profits, which they have no reason to do yet. Oh, Ray Liotta passed away? That's too bad. That's easy to deal with. Fucking. I can guarantee you at some point it's gonna rip back to $11 and you have to eat your socks. I think it's already trading at $11. 12. Why are you still holding BBBY? Is it died just like BlackBerry? No, I don't think so. Is there something about buy and hold that's confusing for people? Didn't they put in a lot of effort to disallow resale? Yeah, because it cuts into their profits. Yeah, and I think indie projects are going to be the way they build up that interest. The large room renting business is on the rise. What? What are you carrying on about, Moonwind? Would be net hedging or de-hedging tomorrow. It depends on how low the price drops today. If we drop below open, you can assume that there will be not be any positive hedge for tomorrow. Studio and GME take a cut of each transaction. Bob Vance. First of all, studios can already sell in-game items. They don't need GameStop to do that. They can sell them at a premium and not allow the resale. The value here is like limited edition items, things like that, where they can sell them at an extreme premium and then continue to collect premium on the resale of those items as they're exchanged throughout the marketplace. But you still have to encourage those big studios and AAA games to do that. You still have to give them a reason to give up 100% of the profits. Which Elden Ring character is Adam Aaron? I don't know. Those like slug things with the tentacles. Yeah, but it takes years to build up those economies, is my point. Iron Porter, thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson, dude. I appreciate it. We said profit taking in the next 2 hours or so, but I mean, I think we've already started to see profit taking. Well, quite a bit of it. How low do you think GME is going to go today? I'm not sure. We're still holding 126, so that may be our floor for today. I'm not seeing in the money put buying, so they're not shorting, they're not really applying pressure, right? GDS steadily climbing. I know. I think I'm gonna bail on my. I'm gonna probably bail on my stock, probably around like 300. If it hits 300. Maybe like 296. I'll start closing out some positions. I don't know if it'll hit 350 on this push up. It could. I think it's starting to falter a little. Yeah, we surpassed yesterday's volume. Resale of digital assets with percent royalties every sale, a percent royalties on in-game item sales from player to player. Steam already does this. They do, but it's not that popular. Most of it's just skins in CS:GO, which is this like Valve game, right? Like the majority of the money transacted on the Steam marketplace for items are Valve games. CS:GO primarily. They also have to implement NFTs into the games, which takes years. I mean, this isn't an overnight thing. Like the back end of that has to be built in. It's bullish as fuck, but it's gonna take a while. I don't disagree with any of the things you guys are saying. I'm just saying it's not gonna fucking happen tomorrow. Can you explain a little bit about how the price of the stock pulls towards and pushes away from VWAP during the day? I'm trying to pay more attention to it lately and trying to understand if why it's the most important indicator for TA. Thanks, Gierk. It's one of them. Um, as a momentum indicator. It's where the volume is traded, right? So that's the price at which the most volume is traded. It shows you peak buy and sell interest price point throughout the day. A rejection from VWAP means that people aren't buying at the volume average. And a bounce on VWAP indicates that people are, right? And the people aren't selling below that. So it gives you an idea of directionality. And then you can use indicators like volume approaching and approaching a test of VWAP to determine the speed and potential of the momentum that's driving the price action, whether it be up or down. So it's kind of just like a floating support and resistance, essentially. Um, but like volumetric crossovers of VWAP tend to lead to continued breakouts. Holy shit, how far behind in chat am I? Devs could receive an exchange tax on the transfer of an item exchanged on the marketplace, or they could just sell the item for 100% of its value repeatedly, right? It's not like there's a limited supply of a fucking file that they can just copy and sell. Sent you a Dilly membership message. Mighty Potato. Did I miss it? What is Jimmy go goblin mode? Ooey. Where the fuck did you send the message? Where is it, Mighty Potato? It's not on the YouTube. That's confusing. Is DDS the key to winning the high score in the stock market? It's decent. My Dilly message just ran out of time. Shit. Well, it's not showing up here. What did you say? Just tell me what you said. Valorant skins go for $100. Yeah, and Riot makes $100 off of them. They don't want you reselling it for 5 fucking cents and determining the market price of the product they have. Kept tagging you in chat. I don't know. I wasn't seeing it. I'm also missing a lot of chat because it's going super, super fast. Jesus Christ, man. So you're only down the price of your house today? You and your greedy fucking covered calls. Unbelievable that we're still here after 14 months. What's even more unbelievable is how burnt I got in the early aggressive calls yesterday. Maybe I'll learn to hedge my riskier bets in another 14 months. Hype for June. Thanks, JT Acula. Blah, blah, blah. Thanks for getting me away from Trey and AMC. You're the best shill in my heart. Blah, blah, blah. Thank you so much, Potato. I appreciate it. YouTube nerfed you. You don't show up on the homepage or the subscription section. Whatever. It happens. Every time GameStop runs, I get fucking shadow banned. And I don't think it's YouTube doing it, right? That's not some like nefarious plan between Citadel and Google. It's just fucking cocksuckers from Superstock come over here and report the stream because they say things they don't like about the stock. It's really good for the developers, but it's not good for the publishing houses, not Pickled Cucumber. And I'm not missing that aspect. I understand that. What I'm saying is when you start to create a resale market, you're allowing others to determine the price of your product. So if you have a game that you're going to sell at $69.99, right? And a resale of that game is immediately allowed, somebody can sell it for cheaper in order to move it, right? And then in order to beat that price, someone else can sell it for even less. Right? And this can keep going on as more and more copies become available, the price will continue to drive down, right? As because the supply is going up. Whereas if you don't do that and you don't allow resale, you can just sell your game for $69.99 as long as you want until you choose to drop the price down. And it's a digital asset, right? So there's no production costs or manufacturing cost or shipping cost built into this. It's just after you've covered the cost basis for the development of the game, it's just pure profit. So you have to get publishing houses to agree to allow this kind of shit to happen. And the same goes for an in-game item. If you want to create like some crazy in-game item, or like a exclusive or something like that, like for an event, and you want to sell it for $99, the same thing is true. If that hits a secondhand market, the value of it will be determined by that secondhand market. So the only way to solve that is to continue it's either to price up the initial product and add the premium that you are losing on the front end, or to just maintain control of the asset. Holy shit, I'm missing a lot of chat here. DGNX. Thank you for keeping the cocksuckers from SS separate from the doorknob lickers of the brine. No problem. Questions are good. I no longer need to borrow $500. I just closed on my house. Congratulations, Justin. What time frame in the cycle should we expect a low? Next 2 weeks? Yeah, it looks like it. I don't think it relieves June pressure. It's simply the exposure from rolling over June pressure. Super stocks love you. AMC bag holders do not. I think both groups of people are pretty dissatisfied with me. Why follow numbers in FTDs when every day can be a hype day? Fair. Does today's one make you more bullish for June? Yeah. No, I don't think any pressure is relieved. I think we're going to continue to see the borrow rate increase. We may see a small drop next few days, but then it'll start to go back up again. No problem, Johnny LaRue. Good to see you back, man. No problem, Christopher. Congratulations, man. I know a lot of people that won't, but what if they could resell it? That's fair. Yeah, it would, but GameStop has to prove that, Riker. GameStop has to prove that there is a demand in a market, and if they do, then absolutely those big developers will get on board. Call OI increasing? Sold call OI is increasing. Took out a HELOC to buy 70 Ps for next week. Do you think I'll be rich? Oh, popcorn trader. No, I think you're going to lose your house. There's way more than 300 likes, Cobalt Wolf. Just refresh the stream, dude. The puts were rolled to June 17th, right? Yeah. Would you get any puts this week that expire next week with the intent to sell after earnings? No. I'm not buying any puts. The downside's too uncertain. And the potential for an announcement's too high. So no cover calls, no puts. I'm just going to wait to enter options. Would you consider selling CCs for mid-June, pre-OPEX after next week? I mean, it depends on what gets announced next week. Did you see my explanation? No. Could have got like 400k, but got 70k instead. Probably still end up not being assigned, but it hurts the soul. It's ridiculous. I think OpenSea already proved there's demand, but that demand's dying. Do you think Microsoft will add their games to the marketplace too with their massive audience and game catalog? Having something like Minecraft attached to it could be a money printer. I mean, hopefully, right? I mean, we have to wait to see if that happens. Check DMs, new record. 69 dislikes. Fuck them. Do we know the rough dates for June's run yet? Yeah, it's the 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. Oh, deferral. So 21st, 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, because the holiday deferral pushes it out another day. Snap testing 1490, third time. Okay. Caused their price action last 2 days. Gamma exposure and FOMO. I think the developers would put into the smart contract minimum resale value for the first year, second year, and would help versus disc sales that can't have a minimum resale. I mean, how much money is made off of disc sales versus digital, though? Like, it can't even be comparable. Do you think this covers all of their obligations? No. This is just simply from the rolling. Just like unsubbed. AMC the real play. Good luck, man. I don't know how much I missed the AMC. I didn't know how much I missed the AMC rants. Listening to you tell douchebags to shove their movie tickets up their ass is always priceless. Do you still expect they will try to lower the price before and through the earnings announcement? Yes, and that's what they're positioning to do right now. Is everybody going to ask you that every 5 minutes? They didn't read my message, which was clear flex on the pores. That's the only reason to have Pigeonwell membership. Data, even put it in all caps. Where the fuck was it? Was it like... I don't see it. VXX seem a bit sus today. No. Hmm. Spy 500 end of year more likely after today? No. I wouldn't roll until tomorrow. I would make sure that we don't just drop below that price. Hodler. I mean, you could, but you're really hoping that you can buy them back pre-earnings. I mean, that's what I would do to get out of in the money covered calls if I had them right now, but sorry if I already answered. I think they're hedging down in that range, yeah, so it's possible. We may only slip below 100. We may find support there. Especially after this big run, I think interest will be picked up, so it'll be harder for them to drive the price down to gamma neutral or vega neutral. Later, Alex. A lot bought calls, but I would say maybe some people had a lot of dry powder waiting. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I bought calls yesterday and today, but like I didn't buy anything long term for June OPEX. I'm still waiting on those. This is what I was talking about. We were trading about $4 below VWAP, and then suddenly a strong pullback towards it very briefly. I only noticed it because I got a fill notification and a limit sell. Yeah. What's your point? That's what VWAP does. It's where the volume wants to go. That's like the mean for the day. It's the price at which the majority of volume trades. So it's the price at which there is the most interest. Any tips on dealing with options that have wide spreads like GME? Set an order and wait to fill? Thanks, Alex. But should we be selling near the money CCs out into the third, but plan to close before the second? You could. It's risky. I mean, you're kind of playing with fire there. If I have in the money cover calls, I roll till next week. What's my risk when a dividend is assigned? I mean, the dividend's not going to be assigned next week. It's 10 days from the announcement to the ex-dividend date minimum. So there's no risk of that at all, James. So if we were trading away from it and we stagnate, are we likely to be pulled back towards it unless the spread gets wider? Yes. Why are you even considering August calls if you don't foresee even a small chance of can kicking beyond mid-July? Theta decay, because July calls will be less than 30 days out, and so they'll start to experience a higher rate of theta decay. I can only see one scenario in which AMC moons, they buy a minority stake in lunar helium mining operation. I mean, they could buy GameStop. With DLTR shooting up today, does that encourage a potential earnings beat for Costco today? I think Costco can beat. I have a straddle on it already, and I bought shares at 400. Mayo guy put their pickle in my jar. I'll say it here as an even bigger flex. If you dirty pores just stop being porous, the free member chats would be an hour long. The stench of pour in the chat makes my boofer close. Riku. Thank you, definitely not Grook's Bull Mayo guy. That's a hard flex. When will the August calls be available? Whenever the OCC decides to open them. If you had 10K for more shares or options, would you recommend me my own strategy and not following a certain Pickles plays who has lots more capital than me? Yeah, I would. I would recommend that you build your own strategy and use the knowledge you've gained from other people's positions and from your understanding of the underlying stock to build that strategy to suit you, Velvet Jupiter. AMC buying Jamie would be the M. Night Shyamalan twist. Absolutely nobody wanted. Oh man, I can't remember which movie it was of his I saw the other day. It's the one with the aliens, like Mel Gibson. Holy fuck, that movie is terrible. Like, who let that guy make movies? Signs, yeah. Jesus Christ. I already made the second School of Stock video, Pigeon Teeth for MOASS. But now the channel now has 2 videos. If the August chain had been open before this run, do you think we would have gone higher or sustained a higher level from this run? No, because all the calls bought for this run expire tomorrow and next Friday. I know Ray Liotta passed away. It's sad. Full disclosure, I'm not subbed to that channel. That's fair. Next school of stock video, hiding your losses from your significant other. You know, honestly, that might not be a bad one. Maybe I could co-produce it with Turdfrig. He's really good at that. I mean, SPY hasn't really moved up that much more from like where GME started to break down. And up until the last couple of minutes, the volume dropped off. I mean, we're seeing some effect from it, but not much. We saw like a little run here when the SPY was pushing up to that peak. As obligations become diminished, you know, we'll start to trade more and more in line with the market. I sold 527.95 strike at 527.120, and now I'm way in the money. The only way I see out is to sell something like a Jan 23.110 would cover both, so I only lose 100 shares. Is there any options? I mean, you could just roll them out to next week and try to fucking buy them back at on a dip. And we're down $20 already today from our peak. So it's not unreasonable to think that the stock can continue down back to where your cover calls are safe. You just gotta fucking grow some balls. Buy Blockbuster. That's all it is. Selling cover calls, especially when they're in the money, just takes big bearish balls. Imagine if everyone in the Purple Circle gang bought one far dated in the money call each. I've had that dream before, and it turns into a nightmare. The only way I get enough money to buy back is that far out. You just roll. You don't need to buy back yet, right? Are you saying like even if it goes out of the money, you can't buy them back? What the fuck did you do with your premium? How's your day? Managed to snag some GME at 148.46. So feeling pretty pumped personally. Good job buying the top, Korg. Profit's weird. Not sure what to do here. Take some? That's usually a great idea. Oh, Jesus Christ. Could this be a purple circle boys finally YOLOing into weeklies? I mean, a little bit. Oh, yeah. I forget that most people are selling cover calls and cash accounts. I'd still just wait. The price is dropping pretty steadily. Yeah, the price is going down. That's how that works, Bipolar Bear. Girk Stiltskin stole my GME premiums. I rolled my 120 CCs up to 130 and out a week. Still gained a premium. If we head down from here a decent amount, I'll buy those puppies back and be afraid to sell CCs for another long while. Yep. Closing above 116, preferably 126, with 0 DT on the table tomorrow. Degeneracy could make this 3-day strike for big ups. Thoughts? No, I don't think so. Is Kenny buying real shares to send to CS because Pulte DRS? If we drop another $50 today, I'll turn a profit. Nice. We're making new higher low support. I don't know. We're starting to break down through 126.70 right now. This is probably our strongest support, down to like 113. Mo sold 100 cc's for $5 a pop earlier and held them through the pump. But at least I got some 150 cc's sold at the peak. Nice, Jettle. If we drop another $50, you'll have to turn a trick or 5. Another thing to print out, rolling CC's up. If you still get assigned, you will get that much more money due to the strike. Yeah, that's true. Just another $20 natural price drop. You know how it is. I mean, you guys know how it works, right? Everyone sells out of their fucking calls at the top because they buy weeklies and they can't hold them. And then the price drops. This is fucking half our runs, all of our runs. But bro, have you seen the buyer rate? Yeah, I know. It's up. It'll continue to climb up. It can go way higher. If you think the buyer rate's done climbing. Oh. Hypothetical Eisen strategy for 150cc that sold for 1075 is now worth 150. Just buy it back. What's the highest? There's no cap. Yeah, they haven't any shares, so it's not gonna update. Are we also waiting for massive downward pressure from the rehedge of rolled puts? Yep. Yep, we will be. Do you cover earnings call and the shareholders meeting? Of course. Hey Greg, I had a box of baby formula show up on my doorstep from Amazon, but I didn't order it. What should I do with it? I would probably donate it. If you know anybody with kids, they might be having a hard time finding formula right now. Mix it up and drink it so you have baby power. Thanks for teaching me patience. I made some extremely bonehead errors on CC's back in November. I've stopped always thinking it's MOASS and sold 3 150 weekly CCs at the top today. Nice, dude. Are they trapped in these cycles with us, or are we trapped in these cycles with them? I mean, I don't think anyone's... we're not trapped, right? Retail is not trapped. We're flexible. They could be. Isn't market closed for the 30th for Memorial Day? Does this change your personal plan to DCA into some long calls 30, 31? It's all just DCA on the 31st and 1st. It doesn't. Yeah, there's a holiday Monday, which I did forget about. I tend to forget about holidays until they're right on top of me. I don't really pay attention to them. Like, I would, even back when I was like trading alone, I would just wake up and be like, oh, it's a holiday, and then I'd go back to bed. The mysterious case of Benjamin Bagholder. Drink for Gans. The mood in the chat is always so jovial when people are making money. I know. America easier to get shot at school than to get fed properly as a baby. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, we got some serious problems here. Thanks for the CC handholding. You're a man of the people. The only reason there's formula shortage is because all the algebra math teachers are hoarding them all. Interesting. USA. I think Juneteenth will be a holiday. It is. And it does impact June OPEX timelines. So the T+2 period will begin on the 21st or 22nd. I don't know if the T plus settlement is actually delayed or that they're just extended. So essentially they get T+3 from the 21st is my best understanding after numerous phone calls to FINRA regarding OPEX, their market maker obligation settlement following a holiday. So this when we have a holiday the week of, essentially how it should work is the T date begins on Tuesday, right? And then that carries out till Friday morning. As long as you're prepared to have options that cover the entire extent of this period of time, you'll be fine. Because that's it. That's the can kick they get from one holiday. So just stay away from, short-term weeklies unless it's already running, Spy only got rejected. 405.50 end of day. I already closed out my calls. My puts are at 405, so we'll see what happens with it. The games with the best economies are usually the ones that last the longest. WoW, Eve, Diablo 2, FFX. I feel like the economy may just be as important as the game. Yeah, it is. Look at Magic. Seriously, like in terms of a market built around the game itself. Not only does it make the company insane revenues, but it supports thousands of small businesses across the country. You plan to buy calls after the shareholders meeting? Yeah, I'm gonna buy more after the shareholders meeting. When are you buying your short-term calls for June OPEX? Oh, probably like the shortest term ones. If I'm buying like weeklies or bi-weeklies, I'm gonna be buying them like near the OPEX date or into the week of OPEX covering. As far as like the further dated calls, I'm gonna start buying them next Monday and continue buying probably through the, like, I'll buy a small percentage during the high IV environment, like far dated, so that way I can avoid that earnings IV spike. And then I'll start to buy like July's and stuff probably after maybe like the second week of June. My little brothers have literally been playing Magic for almost 20 years. It's crazy. Yeah, Pokemon cards too. What you know about MTG? I was on the Pro Tour. Like twice. What's the price target end of week if we fail 126.70? 113 is the next downside resistance. This next strong one. Black Lotus NFT. Yeah, no, huge nerd. When I was growing up, like, it was like I would get out of school and it was either like go play Magic or like take the subway home by myself. So it was generally it was go play Magic. So I started playing when I was like 5 or 6. It was like 90, 93, 94. Well, I guess I was 7 years old. No, publishers don't want the reason publishers don't really want that is because they can just sell the game at the marked up price forever. They don't want resales because they'll never stop selling the game. They didn't care. I mean, like, resales hurt them previously, and they found a way to defeat the system of reselling games by only hosting games on their own marketplace at the price they choose to sell them at, which took years. Why do you think they pushed so hard for digital downloads? So they could lock up all that profit and have no manufacturing or shipping costs associated with the game. I sold my MTG cards for 20K, bought a ton of GME with it on the dip. It's crazy how many people play Magic and own GameStop. My dad found his old cards. I'm not like a good pro. I went to the Pro Tour. I didn't win it. My dad found his old cards a few years back and showed me how to play. Pretty cool game. His old cards are probably worth like 50 to 100 grand, depending on how old they are. Why would they want here's the way developers are going to look at that though. They're going to look at it like right now they sell the whole fucking pie, right? And instead they're going to keep a slice of that pie and give away the rest. What? Give me a reason to do that. Like, I'm bullish on the NFT marketplace, but don't add bullshit to it to make it sound good. No, I don't think it's like the early run in November. Well, it's similar to the early run in November in a way, but it's not. It's more akin to Feb OPEX and how Feb OPEX was defeated. No, the November wasn't a rollover. It was just all the FTDs got covered at once because Bbby made the announcement. of their share buyback. If that was the case, they wouldn't be selling games, right? They would just follow like a free to play like model, right? Like League of Legends. That's confirmation bias, Champ of Roses. They already collect a fee from every item in the game because they collect all the money from the game. So what GameStop has to encourage them to do is carve a chunk of that out for them. It doesn't work the other way. I think they can do it. I'm bullish on the idea of it, but it's going to take time. They're going to have to prove demand. Do you remember a good chunk of questions are stemmed from SS speculation? I'm aware. Some people are still stuck with the whole tokenized dividend overstock stuff. I know. Yeah, duels are worth a lot. It makes the developer like the state when you resell a car. They get sales every time it resells. They get sales every time it sells now. The games coming through Immutable X and GameStop look pretty cool. That's awesome. What could you see GME proposing to publishers in return for cutting them into their profits? I think there's a lot of advantage to be taken for like exclusive items, like one-offs, things like that, that can drive interest and slowly encourage developers to seed some of their profits to GameStop's marketplace. And I think the more participation the marketplace gets, the more participation that's going to encourage. Because then it needs to become a place where if you're not part of it, you're missing out. And that's going to take time to build. I think they can build that. I really do. And I think there's so much potential for, like crowdfunding and things like that of all media, not just video games, through an NFT marketplace like this. But again, it will take time. I agree. I agree that skin sales would go up, but they'll want data to support that. I'm surprised Hasbro hasn't already jumped on the NFT bandwagon, honestly. Yes, user developed NFTs. Like these mods that you see for games like Fallout and stuff like that. Shit like that is what could really, I think, catalyze large publishing houses to get in on the market. And that like they don't have to pay any of the development costs, but by supporting it, they get a cut of the profits. But as far as games, like I don't think those will be mostly available from like companies like Microsoft, Activision, things like that. They're not like Sony. They're not going to cut GameStop in on their game sales for a while. And then don't forget that like that user developed shit has to be, you have to be able to port it into the game. Otherwise it's fucking worthless. Huge opportunity for smaller devs. Yeah. Huge collar on SPX at 40.50. So once it was over, massive covering. Allegedly, there's another at 40.80. Okay. Think we see another run tomorrow like today's. It's not looking great. There's nothing to perpetuate one at this point. We have a little bit of gamma exposure left, but that's slowly slipping. How are you able to remember all this knowledge you always drop? I hear it, but I'm terrible at recalling any of it at all in times of trading. I don't know. I have a good memory. I've been doing this a while. I bet that SS chat is full of remove stop loss posts. I mean, you probably shouldn't have stop losses set on your, like, your shares, right? Unless you want to sell your shares, but that's kind of stupid. I think people don't understand the value in GameStop shares. It's not just the price. They have intrinsic value from their IV. They're a volatility asset, and they're very, very valuable in terms of volatility. In excess of the actual share price. The net delta today is about 160k now. This run is over. Yeah, it looks bad. I agree. But no one ever remembers the downside. It's only the ups that matter. If they tokenize IP, the developers can still retain majority control of marketing and licensing while spreading out the initial cost of development at the expense of future royalties. Sure. Juneteenth is in a Sunday. The market is closed that Monday. Yeah, the market's closed Monday. So the holiday will be realized the following Monday. So 3-day weekends, and then that's going to create a FINRA holiday deferral, which gives an extra day on the settlement. So that'll mean settlement will start Tuesday and conclude Friday. So the entire week, be very careful with weekly options. Is the Louvre still a channel on the Discord? Yeah, absolutely. I think it's in the shit posting. I need to create their own channel, ideally, but I don't know how to port the threads over, so it's kind of tricky. 3-day weekend mean crypto up? Could, yeah. You usually get a little more speculation on crypto over 3-day weekends. So Juneteenth was the date for MOASS all along. Volume died off, so this dip means nothing. As far as I can see, power hour should push us back to 143. Okay. Why is that, Diamond D13K? What's gonna push us back? I don't see any current upside potential for today, and especially not with the call volume coming in. Maybe a little bump when the late afternoon dark pools close, but I don't think we're gonna see the same high. That's some cringe hopium right there. I have 100 shares of Bbby, can net you as much as 1k a month selling CCs around 1.2 theta. Yeah. Or 0.2 theta, sorry. Yeah, that's correct. Average. Yeah, you could get more if you're... Closing of puts in dark pool. They're not closing puts. All the puts are out of the money, Hestia. That's the problem, is there's no in the money puts. So if they're not closing in the money puts, the hedges are minimal. They're opening puts, which have yet to realize value. RP over 2 trillion again. Okay. What are the chances we get back under 105 by tomorrow? It's possible. I mean, if we follow the same relative rate of decrease and this doesn't accelerate, which it could, I mean, we could be back in the like low 90s by tomorrow morning. That's 143 right now. I think this will stagnate more than that. I don't think we'll continue to follow this declining trend. I would say it's probably something more akin to like this. Like when you cut out that volatility. Although, let's see, our last drop-offs were pretty... They opened pretty rapidly, so it's... But this still took like 3 days. That was like 110 to 78. So, about the same size move. Yeah, I mean, I suppose, yeah, this could accelerate tomorrow morning and then the third day. So if we see a similar pattern to the last drop-off of recovery, something like this... But, I mean, that's kind of bullshit, right? If somebody makes 100K, which is a solid wage in many states, that's a 12% raise year over year. Holding GME shares is literally worth at least 12K a year. It's basically a car payment. It's also worth more than the shares themselves. So 6 to 8 months of selling covered calls can literally just give you free shares of GameStop. This isn't a bull flag. The consolidation's not within the correct range. A bull flag would have held the initial support. Not that any of this is a bull flag, really, because bull flags really aren't reliable outside of short time frames, but a bull flag would have held in this range. Well, this broke down. This found a support, and then it broke down. And then found another support and broke down again. And it tried to climb back up and it broke down. And it's going to try to climb up here and probably also break down. This is a weakening trend. This is not picking up strength or momentum. From the technical side, this is a downtrend. Any more thoughts on yesterday's theory that they didn't cover the ETF obligations at all back in March? I think it's still pretty compelling, given the rate of borrow rate increase. Not only the rate of increase, but the rate of borrowing shares as soon as the ETF FTDs began. It's interesting, and if they're trying to settle ETF FTDs with borrowed shares, they've found themselves in a loop that is not infinite by any means. And that's a noose that could tighten pretty quickly. I don't know. We don't have more FTDs coming up to confirm, so we'll have to see what the borrow rate hits in June. Meanwhile, a firm going ballistic. Oh, nice. Are my leaps printing? Ooh, they are. Look at it go. Is the whole market going to be part of the short basket soon? This is fantastic. I might get stopped out of my shares there. I don't know, man, but we're making money on it. Seriously. I need to check those calls. How much are they up? I hate two-factor authentication so much. All right. It's official. JPA owns Jimmy. That's why he's a permabull. I've missed you, Pickle. I needed a mental health break. All good, Aaron. Glad to have you back. Since June 19th is Father's Day, can you explain to us why RC moved the date for his papa? Oh, Jesus Christ. Take it back, Mighty Potato. They should just make everything really safe and do 20-factor authentication. I saw you seeing my 4D chess move in your head and then laughing. It was kind of funny. Big green ding dong heading to Uranus. How? Uranus is a poop tweet. That's not a dick tweet. God, even I have the conspiracy straight. Homophobe. Wait, hold on. Everyone has anuses. I had mine surgically removed. Congratulations. Anusist. What contracts do you like if you want to exercise? Wait for out the money weeklies? Probably, yeah. What if you could buy games straight off your TV from GME Market? Dude, I can buy games straight off my TV from the Xbox Market. That's what I'm trying to tell you, is that you need to get the developers to give up their cash cow, or at least a part of it. That's not so easy. Matthew Flores, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon.
Turn this off and play the old one. Alright. Do we want the... Wait. Wait, hold on. Flores. Mo money? Or the chant? Why do developers not care about my investment? Mo money? It's his call. He became zillionaire. Boom.
Hey dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo Money sucks.
Thanks, Setting Bull. Thank you, Matt Flores. I appreciate it, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club. Gurk, you're wrong. The reverse stock split via NFT dividend is going to force BlackRock to liquidate 100% of their assets in order to cover their 6 trillion share short position. Okay. How down do I have to be on a position to become a mod? I want to see you lose it all, Moon. Every last penny. I don't know what happened to my money. When Full Bowl Riku dance remix? What's up, Dan Can? You have to owe Gurk a house to become a mod. I want to order some food. EPAM broke the 320 line. Ooh. Oh, it did. Shit. Ah. Don't want to YOLO into options right now. Fuck, it's getting tight. Hmm. Yeah. See if I can get some fills. Come on. Give me the contracts. Yes. Wait. Well. Nope. There's the rest. There we go. Woo! What's your favorite hip hop album? I feel like I used to kick it with a blunt and tunes in college years frequently. No, I didn't. Favorite hip hop album? That's tough. I don't know if I have an answer for that. I did not kick it with a blunt or tunes. Hey nerd, play Elden Ring tonight. I'll think about it. I don't want to play Elden Ring. I'll probably just play TFT. It does a better job at discouraging people from showing up. I made enough selling CCs the last month to afford to buy back my CC this week. Dad, I'm a trader. Congratulations. Now, next time, try to turn a profit. Are EPM options becoming more liquid? Slightly. He's from Brooklyn. Probably loves the Beastie Boys. Not a lot. I mean, they're okay. See you tonight on TFT. I'm gold 4 now. Oh, I'm done with the current set. I'm playing on PBE. But good luck on the grind. I drink, just not very often. Favorite hip hop album? Easy. Celine Dion's Falling Into You. P.S. I don't think anyone gave you credit today. When you called the peak of the SPY at 407, you literally said that was the resistance, and sure enough, high today is 407.01. I said that when the SPY started to climb yesterday too. I said 403, peak 407. 403 is kind of where there's a little more interest though. If you get good with support and resistances, you'll be able to do it too. It's not that crazy. Alligator meat or shark meat? I don't really like either one. Shark meat's kind of dense. Alligator meat's just fucking weird. Reptile meat is just not my. I've had rattlesnake and gator, and they both kind of just suck. Eminem was my neighbor. That's kind of awesome. Would you 1v1 in League? Winner gets one loop ring. I'm not very good at League. I haven't. First off, I wasn't very good at League to begin with, despite years of attempting to be. I think like I maxed out at like Silver 1, and then, or maybe I got Gold 5 one season. And then even if I were still that good, I don't remember any of the controls. It's been like 6 years since I've played the game. I think the last season I played was 4, or maybe no, it was 5. Season 5. EPAM playing calls. God, I'm out of the loop. Oh yeah. Frog's legs, they're fine. I've had them before. I mean, do not play League. I played top and mid. I played a lot of League too. My friend got me into it, and we used to play all the time. And then I just kind of realized I was never going to be very good at it. I played top, ADC, and mid. It's like League, except it's difficult. Yeah, fuck that. Rate us as an audience, 1 to 10. 10 being best and smartest audience ever. I don't know about other audiences, so I have nothing to compare you to, Johnny A. I'm gonna give like a 6, because you're my audience. I didn't main master Yi. Gross. Above average. I mean, well, Claw Range, there's the OnlyFans, but that's like a different crowd, right? I thought alligator tail tasted especially good. It's like a fattier, more tender chicken. Kind of like a chicken tasting pork belly. Yeah, I didn't like it. 1v1 me in Raid Shadow Legends. Chorus audience is a 2. Mo Money. Chorus audience is a 2. Mo Money's is a 1.3. I'd say we're an easy 7. I don't really know anything about their audiences. I don't know who the fuck watches them. Like, who's turning into Core's channel and like, this guy knows his stuff? It's like watching somebody stumble through the first chapter of technical analysis of the financial markets. Every time someone asks him a question, he's like, well, you know, there's like, could be an indication of maybe, well, you see this squiggly line, it's supposed to be above this other one. And I think that's gonna mean big ups. Woo, let's YOLO into this, guys. Ugh. Mo Money's dog is the most professional out of the 3 of them. 4. 4 of them. I pretty much still don't, though. Well done, Jed King. At least he didn't let Chorus say anything on his show, Moonwind. Yeah, I didn't hate Warden. Like, I could tolerate watching Warden stream, because at least, like, he was trying to get the facts. Like, he wasn't, like, very experienced with TA or anything, but he was trying to, like, dig down into the facts of what was going on with GameStop, which was commendable. When everyone else was screaming, MOASS tomorrow. But he was on the right track. There'll be some Gex tomorrow if Jimmy closes at this price point. Thank you. You think there will be some Gex tomorrow if Jimmy closes at this price point? If it closes at this price point, sure. If it closes significantly down from here, no. Warden had this nice options data. I, for the life of me, can't find it anywhere. It's just like a paid option service. It's no different than all the other ones. They all do the same shit. They're just like, hey, look at this. Institutions are buying options here. And then you go there and fucking become a bag holder for Citadel or fucking BlackRock or Vanguard. I started with MK, Mo Money, and then Astro. It's like you got stupider over time, Rims and Tims. Talk about a mindfuck. Like, listening to Trades try to explain options to people is fucking priceless. Somebody sent me a clip of it, and that shit is hysterical. Yeah, option sonar. There's 100 different option services. They all do the same shit. The idea of Gex appear on much larger stocks? Yes. It appears on the market itself. I mean, the Gex on GME is nothing compared to like the gamma exposure you see occur on the SPY, which could be like billions of dollars of gamma exposure at a time. Astro with the fucking sling blade guy. We're gonna, ugh. If if you look here in the order book, you can see that the market makers are controlling the price of the stock with an algorithm. And if you if the price it's gonna jump
on if someone buys, it's going to move to the next order in the order book, almost like they're in order. Mm-hmm. Like, fuck off. All right. Uncle Bruce is by far the most educated out of all of them. He's just like, the problem with Uncle Bruce is he's like an institutional boomer investor. And he's just really all about SPACs because they're cheap and they present high possible returns. But he knows more than the rest of them combined. Where's the bullometer? Did I miss something? I don't know where it is, actually. Fucking moved the link or something. That's what I was making fun of, Ash. I remember they found some dude who could read the order book. Everyone could read the fucking order book. It's right there. Does it make a difference in the Wyckoff model if we break down through that 126.70? No. We're still in it. I mean, if we break down, period, we're still in accumulation. Anyone who refers to themselves as uncle cannot be trusted with anything. Never has a story of a guy called Uncle ever ended on a positive note. It's true. It's almost like smelling your fingers in public, right? There's no way you can do it without someone being like, what the fuck is that guy doing? There's no way to put a positive spin on that. If heavy shorting is expected during earnings like always, why wouldn't puts theoretically be a good way to take advantage and take profit after earnings dive, then buy shares pre-meeting? Well, IV is very high right now, and IV will crush post-earnings. So, you're buying contracts at 200% currently, and if IV crushes down to 100%, the price of the underlying has to drop in relation further in order for you to receive any value on the contract you purchased. Because Girk's Slingblade voice is my favorite. Thanks, Plumber Poopy Hands. Thanks, that makes sense. Yeah, that's kind of the problem. So, like, and that's the problem with all earnings plays and straddles on earnings, is that if the price doesn't move enough, and IV is high, which it will be, so high IV, and say the price just dips a little bit, but you have, a massive amount of crush. Let's say you paid like $5 premium, right? And the IV crushes by 100%. So now you're down to $250 premium. And then the price only drops like $2. It's not going to be sufficient for you to make a decent return on the initial capital invested. I don't think that'll happen. I think the price will drop really hard, but it's a risk, and why take it? I'm dying. Your Astro impression was amazing. What do you think a good time frame will be to buy calls for the next cycle? Have some cash coming this weekend and want to watch for a good entry. So I'm gonna buy some before earnings. Just so I have something in place, right? I'm not gonna buy a lot. I'm gonna buy a few contracts, just so I'm covered in case something crazy shit happens, right? Like RC comes out and he's like, we own all the stock, MOASS. Let's go, rockets to the moon at the shareholders meeting. If that doesn't happen, which it probably won't, then I'm gonna buy the rest of my position after the shareholders meeting. Cohen will do something in after hours, mark my words. And if you say it every day, eventually you'll be right. What am I gonna eat? Somebody give me a food suggestion. Chipotle, Wendy's, steak, Caesar salad. Ooh, Caesar salad sounds good. I don't want a grilled cheese. Chimichanga? Ugh, they're not really very good around here. Sushi? No, I don't want to eat ramen on street. It's too much slurping. No, unless that's what you're trying to get me to do. Definitely sushi. Spanakopita sounds really good. They can't make the same day the ex-dividend day. Minimum 10 days. A euro? Also, the place near me isn't very good. Like, you want to get... If I'm gonna get euros, I'm gonna get good ones with pork, and I'm gonna get them in a Greek neighborhood. I'm not just gonna eat that shitty fucking beef lamb crap. That stuff's disgusting. Do you think hedge funds will let the price run up to prevent people from FOMOing before the ex-dividend date? Why? They want a FOMO too. Four Loko and 7-Eleven tacos. What the fuck? 7-Eleven doesn't sell tacos? I'm not fucking Persian. And the Greeks hate everybody. It doesn't matter. Turkish, Persians, Italians. You missed my milestone, chat. I'm sorry, Dan for hire. I heard you were going to Uranus, so I made a thing and sent it to your DMs. What is it? Is it exciting? Thank you, Light K. Ooh. New song? Is it inappropriate?
GME 510, this is Moon Tower requesting a pilot report.
Copy that, Moon Tower. This is GME 510. We are currently ascending, and then descending, and then ascending a little bit more, and then descending a little bit more. Quite honestly, Moon Tower, we don't really know what the fuck we're doing.
Roger that, GME 510. Let's see if we can maintain a steady altitude above market crash levels.
10-4, Moon Tower. Any word on the status of JP 42069? That's Jerome Powell 42069. Last I heard, they were inbound for a soft landing. I repeat, a soft landing.
Negative, GME 510. No word from them yet. Oh, wait. Yes. Actually, here it comes. A little bit of crosswinds, but it certainly does look like they are coming.
Ooh, what about a
for
lobster
very soft
roll?
landing.
We hear you loud and clear, Moon Tower. Requesting permission to increase.
Did you say shh instead of the actual sound effect? Shh. I don't know what you're talking about. This is fantastic. Chicken parm sandwich? Yeah, I could do that. Actually sounds pretty good.
Show me your anus.
That was beautiful. That's Dan for Hire, one of our resident songwriters. Is this on iTunes? It should be. For the record, I did record myself saying "Shh, nice, shh, over." Shh. You know what I could... Who the fuck sells sandwiches? I'm gonna get a sandwich. It's easier to eat on stream. What the fuck is the meat company? I wonder if they sell a dish called the Kevin. Yeah, that was a bad joke, but it was funny. Falafel? Ooh, that actually sounds kind of good. What's going on? The meat company is the name of my OnlyFans. Nice. Ruben? I don't know. It says like 70 minutes for delivery. I don't want to fucking wait that long. What do you think of MP? What's that? Like, is that a stock that you're asking me about? Oh, here we go. All right. What was I gonna order? I forgot. Chicken parm. That's what I'm gonna get. Oh, but what about like a cold sandwich? Sell off into close? We'll see about that. I don't think so. Jamie's so boring today. Jesus, what the fuck are you talking about? We tested 150 this morning. It's chillin' time. Profits are taken. People are stoked. Ooh. A little bit of a dark pool dump. Yeah, look at that volume. Look at that sweet, sweet liquidity. You just it right up. Uranus or Uranus? It's pronounced Uranus. Get a Milanesa from an Argentine place. Chicken parm, but better. I've had Milanesa. I mean, you don't have to go to an Argentinian place to get it. Italian places have it too. My taintus? Volumetric. Yeah, but we're still not at VWAP. VWAP's at 133 right now. Meatball and pickle? That sounds fucking gross. Prosciutto with fresh mozzarella, oil, and balsamic vinegar. Or imported ham, hot Coca-Cola, salami provolone with lettuce, tomato. Ooh, prosciutto, mortadella, sopressata, provolone. That sounds good. I don't know what imported ham is. I'd imagine it's just ham, but not from here. Is anybody eating liverwurst? Is that a thing that people are consuming on a regular basis? There's no Culvers near me. Immigrant ham? No, 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 no. Keep talking about food. Jimmy likes it. Yeah, I think that dark pool might have dumped. Ooh, chicken cutlet, prosciutto, fresh mozzarella, roasted red pepper. Liverwurst is just straight trash. I agree. It's disgusting. Every day I start the day with a big breakfast of liverwurst and raw onions. I have chronic diarrhea. Does anyone deliver ortolan? No, it's illegal to eat. Chicky chicky parm parm. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going. That's the one. Swap mozzarella for provolone and add some sweet hots. I think I could, well, it's already got roasted red pepper. I'm gonna add cherry peppers on top of that. Ah, get the provolone. Wait, yeah, right? I'm gonna get a cannoli, of course. Salad? Do they have a salad? I want like a small Caesar salad, maybe. Oop, salad. No. I don't want chicken in my Caesar salad. What the fuck? That's just a Niswa. Hmm. No, I don't want Niswa. Imported ham could be Iberica. I don't think it is. Alright. Tip on there. Boom. I'm gonna have food before the stream's even over. This is amazing. Viewership down to 1K fast. It's okay, the price is going up. That'll stabilize us. From a scale standpoint, this is the quickest big run up from the last big run up. We've seen it over a year. Anything thought provoking? It's not. We've had larger notional moves. It's a good one. But I mean, if you look at like April was fairly similar. Ah, shit, fuck. Goddamn. Like we had these run ups in April. Well, this one specifically was the FTD run up. Piece of shit there. Mostly hate watchers. I know. Still see us hitting 70, 80s. Sure. The hedge is there. Why not? I understand the test of 150 is a lot higher than Feb's test of 135. But are you still feeling like this is tracking Feb movements with a small bump a month before a big OPEX run? Yes. I said quickest, not largest. I mean, usually most of the volume happens within one day. How do you know if a call gets exercised on shift search? Decreased OI. So decreasing OI with no volume. And shift search isn't the best place to look for that. End of day OI decrease is better. Any chance they preemptively buying shares with this run so that much anticipated June OPEX becomes a dud? No, I don't think so. If we see a large number of shares returned out of the blue over the next few days, and the borrow rate drops significantly in IBKR, Questrade, and Fidelity, then maybe, but it's not looking like that. Are you confident in July calls for Gmi because they can roll it a month due to rebalancing of ETFs? No, they can't roll it a month due to rebalancing of ETFs. So yeah, I mean, the majority of my position is probably going to be in July, like July 15 calls. This is the largest percent move 2 days within 2 months of the last percent move with supporting volume. It seems different, but I can't put my finger on it. I mean, we have more illiquidity. 85% of the volume today is options delta. They aren't buying anything. I know. I'd like to purchase one viewership call, 5K strike for June 10th, $5. Why June 10th? What an odd day to buy your call for, Matt S. But thank you. Food order and username checks out. I failed another 130 test. All right. I see that. What do you think BBY runs to in June? I have no idea. It's primed. It can really take off. The fucking chain, like the call chain is super strong. So if it runs, it's going to hit a fucking shitload of positive delta. Let's test 100 now. 43 DRS equals more illiquidity, more violent GME VUPs. DRS is incredible, just not for the reasons SS thinks. Check your DM for a remix. Not sure how I feel about it. So, okay, I'll listen to it privately first. So Ben, I like the vocals. Can we get some piano? I think piano would really bring it together. And maybe drop the 808s. I need you to record your part in the new key and tempo. Okay, I could do that. More cowbell? I'm in. Where's Stefan today? Do you tickle your own VWAP? Sometimes. Could it use some more Gregorian chant? It could use more vocal tracks. If you were a strong bass, tenor, alto, or soprano, feel free to get in touch with Ben. Can we add violin? That would be phenomenal. Okay. I have a theory that all of the best songs have violin. And it's not because I used to play the violin. Apologies for another options question. Since June 1st earnings are likely to be bearish and shorted, and since June 2nd meeting has the potential to be bullish, wouldn't it be best to be options before this meeting on the 2nd during the earnings drop rather than before earnings? Yes, but I'm going to buy some before earnings. So if I had to divide up my position, I'll probably buy about 20% of my forward options before earnings. So here's earnings. Earnings. AGM. OPEX. I'll buy about 60% between here and then another 20% there. You love Bittersweet Symphony? I mean, of course. Iris has strings. Checks out, right? Hmm. Then 100% bullish. Cello greater than violin? Why not both? Is streaming and trading the best job in the world? Trading's the best job in the world, I think. Is there a way to scan highly DRS stocks specifically? No, not really. You got to read through earnings reports. It's kind of a bitch. So rebouncing on, you could look for, you could search Edgar for things like closely held. So we're bouncing on the low now. Cap movement window 85, 150. Medium valuation 117.50. Sounds good to me. What say you, Pickle Man? I think we're heading back to 100. Ish. I don't know how low they'll be able to get us, but what happened today that made everything go up? This is just carryover from yesterday's price action for the most part. You need to accept our Interstellar 69 cat as the true bull we needed all along. Yeah, but there's also, JFresh, there's also stocks that have high amounts of employee ownership. And this is functionally the same. Like DDS. Best job in the world is no job. Interesting. What would you do every day, though? You get bored. Fudge shill. I know. Don't try and teach me things. I'm offended. I'm sorry. Take it in stride, JFresh69 cat. If it's any consolation, the thing you know more about, you know a lot more about than I do. The thing I know more about. Wait. Yep, nope, that sentence works. Are longs taking profit on SPY? Any other reason why SPY is going down? The hedge is over. So now that, shorts are going to start repositioning. Agreed this would be the back end of the cycle. Now we'll pull back to reset the spring again. Lower high on the next release. Just oscillating onward, eating up that options money. I think they just rolled forward everything into June. And this is just the backlash from the roll forward. I would say that the spring is... I don't know if we'll get a lower high on the next one, Gaff. Higher high. This can be our next bet. Higher high or lower high next cycle. June 17th. Meet me here. We'll be here all week. After June 17th, more specifically. Green sinuses? Again? I thought you've run out of shades. You can't source Smash Mouth's All-Star. You can do anything you want every day of your life, but I could already do that and it's boring. Green is the new green. Fashion's always recycling looks. True. The last one with the tutu was impressive. Did you make that by hand? I mean, Gamma Max will determine the potential for next month's run, ultimately. Deal? I'll be here. I know you will. Where else would you eat your kava? My wife did. Tell her excellent stitch work. That's why you need to live in a developing country. Life is more interesting because there's uncontrollable craziness all around you every day. I already live in New York City. Why are we trading sideways and not down? I mean, they're buying put positions. They have no incentive to drive the price down right now. Puts are cheap. Why push when you can load up? What do you think we could see Jimmy appear on the reg show list in the next few weeks? Available shares to borrow experiencing a period of sustained lows. It's possible. I mean, our FTDs would have to go up enormously, but sure. Also, had kava yesterday. It was amazing as always. You're missing out. Am I? I went to Astoria over the weekend. I had a gyro. Gyro. And I had a conversation with an old man named Ioannis. He was interesting. Some reason they were letting him smoke cigarettes inside the restaurant. I guess it just adds flavor, though. Thoughts on selling 250cc's for next week? Better to wait for a potential run. They'll be worth more on a potential run. Order sandwich, Nutrisystem ad appears on YouTube. Coincidence? Probably not. Being Greek, that's literally every Greek restaurant. Have you ever tried smoking a brisket using cigarettes instead of wood? It's disgusting. No. Although I did watch a grilling competition where a guy put tobacco in the coals. There was some tobacco. He won. I don't know how to pronounce his name. He was kind of mumbly. I don't think he had any teeth. He just kept saying shit at me while I was eating. Please tell me I'm not the only one who hears that fucking full bull song in their head all day. Ugh, you're welcome. I gained 30 pounds this year and I keep getting random texts about weight loss pills. Just don't sit on your phone and then it can't weigh you. The big calls that are coming in on Shift Search, are they bought or sold? How can you tell? You have to look at the closing OI for the day. Tobacco? I'll be in Greece in a month. I'll eat some good euros on your behalf. Thanks. Everyone thinks they make them with that god awful, like, ground beef shit, and they don't. They're made with pork, and they're delicious. My 6.375's safe. Probably not, Carl. They can make them with lamb too, but traditionally it's pork. Is this turning around a little bit? Not really. Good support here, though. I mean, this has been a really good support in the past, also. Which entities are on the losing side of GME VUP calls? I mean, honestly, it kind of just looks like the bear or the bulls. Given that all of the price action after, hold on, basically all of the price action after this point, right? So all of this was just like FOMO. So it's mostly just bulls losing money and bulls making money in a bull circle. This is how you get the mayo. Yeah, donair is the thing I think I don't like. It like comes in like the meat cube on the thing. And they like shave the little strips off of it. That stuff is fucking gross. Hero dinner 1. There's pork and chicken. Oh, okay. You mean the meat sawdust log? They make them in Chicago. I mean Afghanistan. What exchange is best for trading antimatter futures? Probably just go to the Large Hadron Collider and try to grab some for yourself. What's sexier than a log of meat? A lot of things. How's Ivy looking today? Still no update? Ivy 30 down to up to 144? Oh, that's old. We'll have to wait. Interesting. Curious. Puts for June 3rd. Risky. Unless you're buying very close to the money. Best Forex exchange? Oh, God, it's been a while. IG and XTB? IBKR is fine too. As someone who's a buy happens, how much can you do you before MOASS? Wait until the cycle bottoms to buy more. Anything else? That's about it, orange guy. You gotta just kind of wait for it to bottom out and lower your cost basis. Option strategy showing 200 CC for next week with 0.521 theta. 200 is even risky next week. 200 call for next week does not have fucking 0.2 theta or delta. 200s for next week are 1.2 delta. I don't know why it's showing that. That's not correct. Is it unusual for the August options to not be available at this point? I feel like this happened to us before with, what was it, December options were kind of hard to grab or something, or January. Definitely IG. TDA FX is solid, but US support only. You playing Ulta earnings? I have a straddle on it and Costco. The brokers I use don't have options trading. That's fair. Should I wait for the dip or is now is good? Well, it's up to you, but I mean, I think there's lower prices in the next few days. December options delay held Freg's Day Massacre. August options delay, same like Freg's Day Part 2. Maybe. I don't think it helped the Freg's Day Massacre. Maybe a little. I think call interest will greatly depend on what happens at the shareholders meeting. Look at the July 8th chain. That's weird. Is that correct? What the fuck is going on there? Huh. Very odd. July 15th looks good. Starting to look good. Some interest building. Lots of 500s purchased. Only 62 minutes till the music starts. Can't wait. No, I don't think so. They might not have opened up more strikes yet. They're weeklies. I'm waiting till they crush IV after earnings, then buying all of my 500s. $13 months of true believer status, ignored and thrown aside like a worthless AMC share. Did I miss your super chat? They're like not popping up. What did you say, Girk's publicist? I don't even see it up here. Did you get your members message censored by YouTube? Maybe I'm too paranoid. What do you think we could run to in Juno Pex, not considering anything from the earnings meeting? Oh, I mean, whatever beyond, like slightly beyond Gamma Max. 10-15% from Gamma Max. So, I mean, Gamma Max is probably like, it's going to come down today, but I'll go back up. Probably like 150, 160, depending on what we're trading at. So, 170 to 180 ish. Conservatively, I mean. After we cross Gamma Max, it gets risky, right? It's like today we crossed Gamma Max at 134. And as soon as you move past it, like the positive hedge starts to break down, right? $134 was like right here. And we stalled on it for a second and moved past it. But like the breakout range is minimal from that point on. You need a lot of options interest coming in to push Gamma Max up. So essentially, like Gamma Max at the beginning of the day is going to start, wherever the OI from the previous day indicates. And then as call buying comes in, it moves up, especially out of the money calls. The further dated they are, the more it moves it up. And so like, at the beginning of the day, like say it's at 150, it can move up. It can move up rapidly. If you look at like Jan and Feb of last year with large amounts of FOMO, it can rise really, really quick. But eventually price action will exceed it. And when it does, the price will start to break down. Even if Gamma Max continues to climb. Call on me. I forgot. YouTube hates me. All I said was call me. Oh. I'm sorry. We'll make up like a new thing and say that, and I'll read it. If is that what you want? You want me to read it? You think they'll fight for Max Payne tomorrow? No. Will they fight for Gamma Neutral tomorrow? Maybe. But we're still pretty up. They really kind of need to slam us into close, otherwise we're gonna have another feedback loop from Delta hedging. Still up $13 on the day. We're the end of forming our final support. When it makes a low, then boom. I agree. I'm not disagreeing. I think it does look like accumulation. How far out are you zooming out? Like, are you talking like from April 1st to now? Or are you talking like the whole year? Do you trade GME? No. I hold and make money with options. Sometimes it makes me sad to say this, but I have never sold a share of GameStop. Uh, I have very little options experience, and I'm supremely confident on this June run, especially since you think it's going to run harder than last March. This overconfidence gives me worry. Good, it should. That's called risk. Shill confirmed. I know. Thanks, guy who's bored. Did I miss anything in the last 2 hours? No, you didn't. Oh, my food's almost here. This is so exciting. I'm gonna have a sandwich for power hour. If you're wrong about this run, Superstock might ban you. Careful. Fuck 'em, don't care. No, I sold all the AMC except for 34 shares, I think. I think that's what's in there. It's on that 0.00001% chance that AMC squeezes. Right? It's like Gaff's 5 shares of GameStop. What do you think about 23K and the money calls expiring tomorrow? Even if 10% are exercised, 230,000 shares to be delivered. I mean, it's not that many shares, right? We did see a lot of exercising yesterday, but that's probably so they can return shares. Can you zoom in? Why? Could you, is it hard to see on mobile? Sorry. There. Hey, my food's here. I'll be right back. What was Gamma Max on the March OPEX run? It was like 158. It moved up. I don't remember what it hit. At like the peak of the run. Just about that time. Oh, it's Cena's time. Oh, I fucked up.
Hey, you little stock investor, you. Come on over here. I got something to show you. I think you might like it. Let me show you my secret Venus. Promise you won't tell a soul, cause I feel so good inside your whole market. Ain't free and fair. ETF creation, bona fide market maker makes my secret Venus hard.
That's not good. Theoretically, if the price went to 58 and I bought 10K July 120 Cs, would it affect the price of the stock? Yes. It's bad. This is what I get for trying a new place. Punished. This is a terrible sandwich. Kava won't deliver to me, Gaff. And when I can find someone to deliver it to me, it's ice cold. And it's not good cold. It can't be that bad. It's still a sandwich. You'd be surprised. We're a little bit forward from there in the cycle. So you've got to you have it lined up a little incorrectly. But sure. I think there still are. There's like 37 or something, Velvet. Nope. The sandwich is filth. I'm actually going to throw it away and order something else. Where can you get the best Cubano in New York City? There's a place in the Village that has really good ones. Why, Girk? Why is the sandwich filth? Well, besides them using a ridiculous amount of sugar in their like their sauce, they've opted to take small pieces of cubed chicken breast and coat them in breadcrumbs, but not fry them. So it's like a wet mass of soggy breadcrumb with like steamed, overcooked chicken surrounded by a thin layer of cheap mozzarella cheese. It's really fucking gross. Like, I don't even want to look at it again. I'd eat it? Yeah, you probably would, Carl. Now I've got to find new fucking. I gotta find a new food. It's like a fucking horror movie, Average Joe. I mean, okay, that's amazing. Price flattened to close, see a little bump due to hedging. Yeah, but it's notionally that's not gonna be very much. Too much net delta sold off today. Guys, buy now or wait for a lower price. It's up to you. How hard are we dumping once DGens sell off all their weeklies? Pretty fucking hard. What's your opinion on June 3rd EO? What? EO? I'm talking about June 3rd OI? Eh. Unimpressive. Oh, executive order? That fucking meaningless. I read that DD. Doesn't mean shit. It's not gonna change anything. What a ridiculous thing to be bullish on. It's like, oh, this thing that got announced 2 years ago is totally gonna take these hedge funds by surprise. No. What's your opinion on June 3rd bullshit? Exactly that. We have over $20 million in puts expiring tomorrow. I have a feeling we're going to tank tomorrow with the wider market. That's possible. I'm convinced people are paid to write crazy DD to get everyone hyped on SS so they do not get bored and sell. I guess. Or just fucking idiots writing bullshit. This makes me sad. Why would I be jealous? It looks like we're going to end the week above gamma neutral right now. I will, J Fresh. I will. If retail is banned from August options, and that's when the crash happens. But there's August options that are open. We've been through these runs together and seen each other's calves. Where does our relationship go from here? I mean, we can only get closer now, right, JC? You think there will be a little run before end of day? No. Power 30 minutes. Spy crashing. I know, they're just buying puts. They're using everyone's bullishness against them. But check out Cat. You think it'll stagnate here for a bit? Yeah, it's probably not going to move super quick till it gets up past like 213. But it looks like it's just picking up a whole new downtrend. Kind of like the ones back here. But it's just starting like a whole new downtrend in this higher range. Which is fucking awesome. I can't wait for Cat to be channel locked in a $30 range again. Is Cat a stable coin? Caterpillar is simultaneously over and undervalued. And it's amazing. Yeah, it looks bearish. Hmm. Amazing, and I'm tired of pretending it's not. Caterpillar stock price oscillations are actually what they use to calibrate atomic clocks. Daniel Taylor Hamwich. I think it's time to return to my roots. I agree. So based on the range you're playing, are you looking to exercise for shares or just a cash grab? Oh, I have enough shares. I don't need more. I mean, if the opportunity presents itself, I'll take them, but those are the rehypothecated likes. CSW, SGS. 130 incoming. Then we can sell off again. I guarantee there is no small number of people bag holding calls from the run today. Right now. Praying for another pop. It's at least a few hundred. Most of them are probably in here. I'm addressing you directly. You should have sold at the top. I have enough shares. I don't need more. This is why you'll never be a Pulte to us. I have more shares than him. You know what I should have done? I should have tweeted on Twitter every time I bought 100 shares. I mean, like, look at me, guys. And then give, like, 1 share to the poor person with the best story who could pull at the heartstrings of my future voters the most. Now that we all have post-VUP clarity, can we get back to discussing the reason why the earnings date was changed? Made about $1,000 selling CCs on GME today and buying them back on the dips. Use that to triple my holdings in another stock and DCA down. Almost hit 100 shares on that too. Thanks, Gurk. Fuck yeah, carbon based. Good job, man. Rip chasers. Not it. Me. Oh, 100%. If we drop early tomorrow, they'll sell off quickly. Leave me alone. The massive 120, 130 puts on Shift Search, purchased or sold? Purchased. Can't bag hold calls if your broker won't approve you to play them. Still bullish on wheat. Yep. Getting a little less so on steel. There's some reports that they're lowering steel prices at the mills, which is not a good sign. But I still feel like steel's sold. Well, it's over, like the whole market's kind of over shorted. So there's still potential for it, but I would say I'm more bullish on coal. I mean, I've been more bullish on coal the whole time, but I'm waiting for more news on steel before I average down more. Copper has been doing okay. Where's the guy who said we'll close 146? Mark my words. He's in here. I didn't ask you for your story, Baradactyl. Why is the entire market up so hard in a recession and the stock market crash canceled? No, it's not canceled. I made 600 selling CCs on 13 positions at the beginning of the week. Not much, but it's honest work. Nice. How are you sure this is not May OPEX? It is, in a way. X made some nice ups today too, though. I agree. There's still a lot of potential in X, and my cost basis is pretty far down. So I'm not. It's not that I'm not bullish on it, but I've tightened up my expectations for its potential. Can I sell 20 shares of Bbby right now and buy them back when it dips to 85? Yeah, that's an option. Should you? That's up to you. That's a moral conundrum. Will we call you a paper-handed bitch? Yeah. I made 5K selling in the money calls. We were at 145. I've been puckered for most of the day. I don't think you need to worry. I hate to admit it, but I sold my BTU call today. I wanted to get cash ready for some Bbby calls in June. Is Costco to go up or down with earnings? Give me more than a 50-50. Costco at its current price is a little bit undervalued. So I think it continue to climb. My calls are already in the money, so it's like pretty far in the money. I don't know, but I'm gonna buy some puts before close. Basically just to protect the upside I've already made. Playing one option is hard. Have some empathy. Not sure to answer this one. Asking, what's the lowest delta you'd seriously consider for a June run? 0.1. 0.00011. Stefan. For calls that I expect to see go in the money, 0.15. For volatility plays, though, it doesn't matter, right? Draw some Elliott waves, you big shill. They don't work outside of indexes. The guy who draws them's a moron. Can you explain a bit about wash sale rules if I get assigned on CC and have calls? You get assigned on CC and have calls. What do you mean and have calls? The wash sale rule is simple. Any losses accrued by buying back into the stock cannot be written off. If you buy back in within 30 days after sustaining a loss. Not a big deal, but you're also saying you have calls. So is your covered call hedged? Am I understanding correctly that even if your CC expires above the strike, assignment is random and you might not get assigned? It becomes significantly less random if it's in the money, especially if it's deep in the money. But I've had covered calls in the past go like $2 or $3 into the money and not get called away. It can happen. That's less likely though. It's far more likely that you will just be assigned if your call is in the money. If it's like a few cents in the money, maybe not. But if it's like a couple dollars in the money, absolutely. You literally talked about buying low and selling high to increase share count. Why is that paper-handed? Because I can give people shit for it. there were better opportunities than halfway down from the peak of a run. Oh, the dip I assumed would happen today. Baseball. Have you noticed the further DDS dips, the harder Jimmy runs a month later? Follow up. DDS dipped the hardest it's ever dipped this year a couple days ago. So Jimmy gonna run super hard? Sure. Next cycle, I think, is gonna be pretty strong across the basket. My 100 CCs are safe? Probably not. So if you're enough shares and also super experienced at making quick options decisions, are you going 100% toward the top of the chain this time around for max leverage? I think I'm going to carry a lot of them. I don't know how many yet, but a significantly larger percentage of far out of the money options. We'll see. I mean, the market's closed, so sure, why wouldn't they hold? Futures might shit the bed over the weekend. As I have time, Matthew Hodge, I'll add more videos over there. What's your best guess of the last 15 minutes of the day? Kind of doing what we're doing. I think flat. They're just buying the shit out of puts right now. So they covered their exposure. They used retail FOMO to jump the price of the stock up, and now they're buying puts on the cheap. So essentially, we traded money to each other, pumped the stock for them, and now they're fucking building up their, what is a not unattractive looking gamma squeeze to the downside. Especially if more OI rolls in tomorrow. Shame me, Pickle Daddy. I've increased my position and created a sizable BBY position from trading GME this cycle. I don't really give a shit. Do you think that we'll see a retest of 140 before going back down to 100? No. Even with the 12% increase today, I don't think the gamma hedge tomorrow is going to be sufficient, or the delta hedge tomorrow is going to be sufficient to bring the price up to 140 again. How are we tracking this run compared to Feb OPEX? A little in excess. I mean, the volume's higher, first of all. The borrow rate is higher. And I think the run there, well, hold on. I'm not gonna be able to measure that on this. I have to use TradingView. One day. If we look at the Feb OPEX run, which was over here, Feb OPEX run was realized over 1, 2, well, potentially 3 days, because our high for the run was here at 126.43. So this was boop. $21.65%. I need to move this to see where the bottom of that candle is. You bitch. Oh. This was 64%. So almost double the price action. And the volume, 25 million versus 5 million. I mean, based on the rolling of XRT puts, it looks like they just had significantly more exposure this time around. Is there anything you recommend I learn? Practice as a noob options trader committed to playing this next cycle. No. What do you need to practice? Setting trailing stops? It depends on your brokerage, or stop limits. Make sure you have like the gamma neutral, delta neutral, everything written, gamma max written down for each trading day in the morning. I'm looking at the intraday put OI from Shift Search and from Market Chameleon, and they do vary slightly, but both of them have a significant number of puts coming in. AC. I mean, this $60 loss is a wash sale, so no write-off. Yes. I don't know. I'm not an accountant. Go look it up. I believe so, though, yes. What kind of headset are you using? They're Audio Technica ATX 700s, I think. Dumb question. How do you know they're still buying puts now? But we can see them coming in. What expiration are they buying? June 17th. And June 3rd. And May 27th. Your opinion on Maverick of Wall Street? Is he a shill? Sounds like it. BBY is looking great in Market Chameleon. It also looks like someone sold a lot of 7.5 Ps. Very bullish. That is bullish, actually. We'll be looking for that on both GameStop and BBBY over the next couple weeks. Sold puts out of the money. The main disadvantage in buying the top of the chain is that the price whips around much faster and also falls off much faster after the peak of a run. Yeah, you don't want to. So with IV plays, you don't want to sell on the rejection. And you have so many of them, right? That you don't want to sell on the test. Because when it rejects, the IV is going to immediately drop. Right? And the value of the contract can lose 10, 20% just on the rejection. So you actually want to sell like IV plays as it's going up. So on a sustained run, you want to just shed calls just constantly. But you're able to because you have so many more calls, right? Because like, you know, say the price moves up into a resistance like that, and it gets rejected here. The call will actually be worth more money like here than it will right here. Because they're all extrinsic value. No, it's not. Hey, duty. What was the last cycle's return? Depends on the contract. But between 10 and 20x, if you were 0.2 delta, some went up even more. Got to count on how many puts were rolled out to June 17th from now. I mean, on XRT, like 40 something thousand. Last 5 trading days on XRT, 75 million notional value on puts, 75 million on calls, 190 million on puts in the last month, 19 million on calls. There you go. Well, they clear out all their puts on the 17th, so that's the furthest they want to roll out. So they're just stacking their puts across the basket for the 17th and on XRT. But most like data providers will show you the OI, the relative change in OI over the set period of time. So you can choose like 1 day, 5 days, 30 days. Is it common for cover calls deep in the money to get exercised before the expiration date? It's more common if the expiration date is close. It depends on how far dated the call is. If it's like tomorrow, then yeah, it's pretty common. The other thing we'll be looking for tonight after market close is the exercising of large calls, large blocks of calls in after hours. If that happens again today, we can see another bump in the morning. Since we're not closing down sufficiently to put calls bought this morning out of the money, we may see those calls exercised. Not to brag, but I totally traded my first successful options contract totally for a gain and clip that last part. Congrats, man. Can we talk about BBY expectations timeline? Just curious on your thoughts. It's kind of the same as GME's expectations and timeline. So I have Costco calls at 420 because the meme. Already they're in the money. I'm gonna hold them through earnings, but I'm gonna buy puts and hedge them. I'm gonna buy out the money puts. You think the market might do some downs tomorrow or keep going? You believe the puts are being repositioned, and 107 was the height of the run. I agree that 107 was the height of the run, but as long as the prices remain elevated, they can keep building out their put positions. So there's nothing to cause them to push the prices down, right? While they're building positions. It's much cheaper to buy those positions out of the money and then, affect action that drives prices down. As far as we have economic data coming in tomorrow that could have an effect if it comes in, I think, down from expectations. It's the I think it's household spending. No, it's not household spending. It's personal spending, personal income, month over month, are both coming in tomorrow. Congrats on surpassing 5 million views today. Oh, cool. Thanks. I didn't know that was. How do you look at that? The real humans left over on Superstock are starting to get wind of options. Junopex is going over 250. I fucking hope so. You keep reiterating that you're expecting another big drop. At what point do you expect us to go up and stay up? Why would we stay up? I mean, at a point where GameStop's valuation can hold prices that high. Or a point at which the float becomes so unbelievably illiquid that it's impossible for the price to drop. I don't think we're quite there yet. Like DDS. Like, where it's just almost impossible to push the price down. No, I don't follow anybody. PCI inflation numbers. Market is expecting 4.9 versus 5.2 last month. If we get 4.9 or lower, we will start ripping in markets and crypto. If it's higher, then we will tank. I think if it's 5.2, we're not going to do anything. Market's expecting deflation. Fucking nothing to prompt that. What's your best guess about the low before the June run? I mean, Vega neutral and the hedge they have tells me like in the $90 range. I think after this big of a run, there's going to be a lot of buying the cheaper GameStop gets, and I think they may have a difficult time pushing it lower than like 100. I think, and the question is, are they going to try to push? I mean, they've borrowed all the fucking shares. The only thing they can really push with is puts, and that's risky. I mean, they can get shares from ETFs still, but I mean, about on your channel, 5,020,775 views. Oh, it's crazy. What must go down? What goes up must come down is false. Escape velocity is a thing. I agree. I just don't think we've hit it. It'd be fascinating. So combined watch hours and channel setting. I'd have to look. Thanks, Bipolar Bear, for all 5 million views, and thank you everybody else for the other 20,000. I'm just seeing where the hedge is being built up, Ryan. They're buying 120s, 110s, and 90s today. Yesterday they were buying 50s. Can we hit 80? Sure. How long are we gonna stay there though? And is it gonna be just in pre-market? Ding ding. You have to understand, Ryan JP, that market expectations change minute by minute. 24 hours is an eternity. Yesterday, they're buying $50, $60 puts. Today, they're buying 90, 110, 120. That changes everything. People are YOLOing into further dated calls, not an exceptional rate, but there are people buying them. Like 1.2, 1.3 million notional and far dated calls, which is going to raise Vega neutral. To think that a prediction on the market stands for more than the second it's predicted is childish. The only thing that you can say is over time, things will generally go up. People that can't accept that the market is a living, breathing, changing beast are going to lose it all. Yeah. You can't expect the same thing to be the same 2 days in a row. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it's true. If they were hedging further down, I'd be more suspicious of a harder push. But they're not. The positions they're building today are bigger than the positions they were building yesterday and the day before. So, you know, the notional value of puts in the $90 range is far higher, which means, you know, they're hedging a zone, right? And we're not going to be able to tell what that zone is until it's fully fleshed out. But the concentration of puts right now has shifted. So here we have, like, you know, $50 puts, and here we have 120 puts with a concentration between 100 and 80. So, I mean, this is what it looks like their target is today. Yeah. Thank you guys so much. So for price action today, I think we saw most of our early price action for GME this morning. I think kind of right up until we hit these two resistances, this was mostly that hedge from yesterday. That like 1 million share hedge. It was like 1.023 or something like that hedge from the MMs. I think that drove a lot of our initial morning price action. I think once that trend got confirmed, we started to see call delta rising up until we hit our peak here. Once we started stabilizing, we see net delta fall off the chain. And the net delta continued to fall off throughout the day. Almost all of our price action today, just delta hedging. Whether it be from calls or from puts. I think we're seeing large put positions built up throughout this entire flat trading period. And the reason they're not tanking the price is because they don't want those puts to go in the money, and they don't want those puts to increase in value. They simply want to build volume in their position. Then, once they have volume in that position, they will short. In the meantime, they will try to return as many shares as they can, crush IV as much as they can, and get ready to leg the stock down again. And that's what they're positioning for. Will they be successful? We don't know. You know, like institutional longs came in today and bought calls. They bought weeklies, short dated calls. But on this recovery period, just like with Wyckoff, where the longs, you know, reposition on the dips and try to drive the stock further up into the next run, longs can be repositioning here as well into farther dated calls, and we may see longs reposition today and tomorrow. And it's a constant battle, but if longs come in with significantly more call volume than the shorts are able to, then we're gonna move up, right? Anyway, we closed at 128.46 today, up 11.54%, which means that we should have a decent delta hedge tomorrow. It won't be as significant as the one today. Probably about half the value, especially with the amount of net delta sold off. So remember, they're only going to hedge what they absolutely have to, and that'll be calls in the money carried over into tomorrow. And a significant number of those calls were already sold off at 148 today. So relatively, I don't think it's going to be maybe half of yesterday's delta hedge, maybe less. So don't expect as much volatility in the morning, especially in the pre-market. Again, pre-market volume will be a good way of analyzing expected volatility at market open. And that should be about it. As far as our Renko chart goes, we do look like we've at least established enough volume at there we go. We've established enough volume to form another block at the slightly lower resistance at 126.70. This is a strong resistance. It was strong in the past. It was strong throughout our March run. It was a strong support here, strong resistance back in February as well. And while what you will notice, and this is something interesting about variance swaps, is that the price range, even though the price increase is still relative. So we're still trading in the same range as the previous swap entry period, which I think they use these FTDs to catalyze, right? And so it's very likely that we move down from here, especially if they were able to enter swaps, which could have been a large amount of the options volume that we saw, especially institutional options volume that we saw. Gary Gensler, great gamma. And so, I mean, yes, a downturn in this is not ideal. The drop off in volume into the latter half of the day, also not great. But there is still potential for some run tomorrow, but we'll see. I'll be watching, obviously, gamma neutral, delta neutral. The signs currently, from what I'm seeing JFresh saying, look pretty bearish. But we'll keep an eye on it. And if they do begin to tank the price by the end of the week, we have an idea of their target range. All right, guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I will see you guys all bright and early tomorrow morning. Also beat and ripping. Awesome. Have a good one, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate! Hydrate! Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.